Good evening, guys. Good to see you. Oh, Lord. Sorry I'm late, guys. Just got back home from my parents-in-law's house. Uh, hey, CR, good to see you. Hey, Prepper for the Ages, good to see you too, ma'am. And Magic Acres, aka Mark, good to see you. And World Survivalist, good to see you. And Dear Love Survival, good to see you. And PB, good to see you. Oh boy. Copy. Paste. And now like this. Hey, PV, good to see you. There you go. Yeah. And there you have the link, and then we and I heard that familiar bloop, and that is PV.
Hello.
Good to see you.
How you doing? All right.
Yeah, I just got back home.
All right. Good.
So I was invited for dinner, so in my parents-in-law's house. So
that's all right. Saves you doing all the work.
hey, Slingshot.
How you doing?
Slingshot Warrior, how you doing?
How you doing?
Yeah, good. All right.
Doing great.
We have Heather, Heaven's Fire 18. Good to see you. And we have Marianne Bimler. Good to see you. And Shannon is in the house too. Good to see you. Oh, today's topic is in the aftermath of a disaster, what to do. And that was your suggestion, PV. So
yeah, okay, no worries. Yeah, reason I've just got rid of my cough, by the way.
hey, Verna, so good to see you.
I'm cured. Yeah, the reason why I suggested this is because you don't really hear, much about the aftermath and all this sort of stuff. People always talk about what to get beforehand, what to do beforehand, mindset beforehand. Then you get the actual event or the impact phase or whatever disaster is going to hit you, and then all of a sudden, no one really says anything about it afterwards. So there's not many actual people talking about it. So sort of get the conversation going and spur up some ideas as to in the event of what to do afterwards, in the immediate aftermath, medium, and sort of pushing out to the longer term if need be.
I live in America, so I have some experience in this, in the sense I've had family members. The recent floods that happened, the storms that wiped out, that killed a lot of people in South Carolina and North Carolina. I had some family members who didn't die, but the flooding was terrible, and people weren't ready for it.
Yeah, I think there's a big contrast as to no matter how prepared people are, they might weather the storm or the flood or the landslide or whatever it is, but there's a big contrast between normality and everything being okay, and then all of a sudden some sort of devastation comes along and you're into this completely different world of sights, smells, sounds, and so we'll probably delve into it. And it would be good to hear some of your stories there and experiences as to what they went through. lessons learned, basically.
Well, I'll put it this way. If I've learned anything, there are different types of disasters and there are different ways to survive them. Also, I'll put it this way. A while back, I was living in a town that I won't live directly in anymore because I learned much. Because I'm near that town, but I'm in a higher ground in that town. Well, I was living with my father in an upstairs apartment with my brothers, and the whole town flooded. Now, these things are rare, but they will happen every once in a while. Flooding in that town is rare, but it did happen that time, you know? And that let me know not to live there, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's prone to flooding, you know?
This is the sort of thing we speak about quite regularly, and it come up as a focal point a couple of weeks ago, in the fact that, you know, normalcy bias, you know, no matter what's gone on in the past, people still, over the years, as time goes on, get complacent, and they just think it won't happen, or someone moves into the area new, they haven't done their research, don't know the history of the place. And yeah, you know, a lot of these places are in vulnerable areas, especially with rivers and floods. Flooding is probably one of the most common events that strikes everywhere. I actually researched that, so people can look that up. But it's all too common. Definitely flooding. It's devastating as well. People might think, yeah, you know, people might think that you know, the water comes and goes and everything dries out, but once that sort of water touches anything, it's ruined, completely ruined and gone. So yeah, I mean, you know, from my perspective, the more self-sufficient someone is to begin with, you know, obviously the better.
So I would say this: if you live in a flood-prone area, you got to get in the highest ground you can get. You know what I mean? The higher, the better. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Even that's not a guarantee. You know what I
mean? Yeah, and if you are stuck in a flood-prone area and you can't relocate or have any any other sort of contingency, then at least have you know, bait. At least, you know, people like this should get insurance. At least that's the absolute bottom line. That is, you know.
You know, my grandfather always said, never build a house near a large body of water.
Yeah,
that's always been a wise decision. People who live along beach houses and stuff like that, they are always putting themselves in danger. I don't care where part of the coast you are, the possibility of a hurricane is coming.
Yeah, definitely. When I look at a river or anything like that, it can only get bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, the other important factor with this sort of subject is the fact that, as CR says here, or a tsunami. Yeah. The other important factor with this subject is the fact that help may not arrive, even if it's a small-scale event, for days after.
That happens, and sometimes they don't want to help you. An example: FEMA didn't want to help any Trump supporters during the Hurricane Helene. So, you know,
political motivation intruding as well.
Yeah.
I mean, last year, I watched a documentary a couple of weeks ago. It was talking about the big floods and the rains that happened in Spain last year, in and around the town called Valencia, and you know, that area was got loads of rivers and dry riverbeds and all this sort of stuff, and it does rain and stuff like that. But they got this sort of perfect storm of weather that came in, and it dumped a year's worth of rain within a day. And afterwards, there was outcry because all these towns were downstream of the riverbeds and stuff like this were completely devastated. to look at it, it looked like a tsunami had gone in there. There was that much destruction, and no help turned up for. I think that the earliest help turned up in one of these villages was 3 days, and during that 3 days, that's sort of the time period we're sort of focusing here on now. Not 3 days, but from the moment something happens to the moment sort of you get sort of help arrives. How effective that help is going to be is pretty debatable. It's not going to be that helpful anyway, because they'll be concentrating on infrastructure and the big things, and not the little people. So people in that scenario, people were going out into the streets, deathly silence everywhere because there was no traffic, no aircraft. All they could hear was the wind. The streets were knee-high with mud that had been washed down with the river, so you couldn't really move anywhere, especially without some sort of alternative clothing. And
these things can happen.
Yeah, definitely, and they happen all too often.
And the best way to avoid a flood, I would say, to avoid flooding, is basically live in an area that's more landlocked, you know what I mean, and has very high ground, you know what I mean. The higher, the better. The more mountainous, the better.
Well, even in that can also be a bit of a false sense of security, because even in higher ground, you could be in the path of a runoff or a stream.
Yeah, there's no real. I get that. There's no real. I will put it this way: there's no real guarantee that you'll be. But you got to. I would say to negate the risk as much as you can, to make it as low as you can.
Yeah, definitely.
I like to move on to something. For example, people who live, let's say, in Kansas, Tornado Alley in America. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For the life of me, I haven't lived there, but for the life of me, I don't know why their houses are always made of wood and they look like regular houses. If I was living in a Tornado Alley, I can assure you of one thing. I like to have my house made of concrete and built into a hill. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we see that. One of the observations we made is in England, all the most of the houses are built out of brick, breeze block, and so on, and far more robust than something that's made of wood, especially in something like Tornado Alley. It's ridiculous.
I know. I've seen houses that would be tornado proof. They're basically built in. Basically, they create an artificial hill. You know how like putting dirt on something.
Yeah.
I mean, they create a concrete kind of structure, and then they cover it with dirt and make a hill, make it into a hill. And that way, when a tornado comes, it's not going to hit your house. It's already built into a hill. I think that would be the best way if you live in Tornado Alley. I mean, in England, you don't have tornadoes, but here we do. And
we get tornadoes. We get surprisingly a lot of tornadoes, but they're not at the scale in which you get them. We'll probably we get a couple of hundred F1s a year, the odd F2, but that's it.
Yeah, we get a lot of higher Fs, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
And so the point is that I would say yes, there's no guarantees. You know what I mean? But whatever you can do to basically hedge your bets, you know what I mean, would be the best way to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the problem is, it's a lot of people can't be in the position to do that, and they're sort of victims of circumstances, and we can't all afford to choose where we want to live and buy the ideal property, and but there are other things you can do. Make sure you're fully insured. You can get a shelter or something like that that's robust enough to ride out these things.
I would say if there's ever going to be a flood report, I would say get in your vehicle before it happens and head for the high hills.
For floods, yeah. So there's floods in Spain. Say again?
Yeah. the smart people always get in their vehicles. They leave before it rains. I mean, if there's weather reports going to say extreme, you go. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, this event in Spain, normally you'd rely on the weather forecast and stuff like this, but in this particular event, they got it wrong. They misforecast the amount of rain that was going to come down in the time scale that it come down. Anyway, the people went out of their houses and stuff like this after the rains, the runoff settled down and the rivers sort of eased back, and they were faced with this inability to move, the smell, and all this sort of destruction that around them. And one guy who they interviewed was saying he was unprepared, and a lot of them he was saying were unprepared. I.e., they didn't have any food, didn't have any water, nothing, no contingencies whatsoever. And literally 3 hours into it, they wanted water. So he was roaming around the streets, and this is like this is the reason to prep for the folks out there, roaming around the streets looking for water. And he only happened to bump into some guy who was clutching a load of muddy bottles of water. And he said to him, "Where did you get them from?" He said, "From the store down the road." And when he went to the store down the road, it was wrecked, but what was salvageable was these bottles of water they could get, and people were just going in there taking them and and doing it this way. But that's what they were reduced to, because they hadn't any contingencies whatsoever, no bottled water stored up, nothing like that at all. And you're literally thrust from normality into a life critical situation, foraging for water.
Yeah, similar situation happened during Hurricane Helene. People were strapped for resources because a lot of their, now there are very robust people down south, right? But there were some people who did not prepare, and they lived off the land, but they had no water stored away, and a lot of people were in high and dry,
Yeah. Yeah, we've said this many times on this on Shadow streams before. Without water, within 3 hours, you wanting some, and then 3 days later you're dead, sort of thing. But especially in the heat as well. So yeah.
That's why you store away your water, and
yeah, definitely.
Also, I think this is a method you should have always, kind of like a way to get up to your roof. You know what I mean? If you live in a flood-prone area.
Yeah. Well, survivalists, are you doing, Alan?
To get to your roof if you live in a flood-prone area. You know what I mean?
How are you doing, guys?
Yeah, good.
How you
doing? Well, yeah, I mean, if I was in a flood-prone area, firstly, I wouldn't. The last option would be to get to the roof, because if it comes to it to get to the roof, you've sort of failed, and that's your sort of last option. You should really, keep an eye on the weather forecasts, know how quick a river level goes up and down, given an amount of rain. Have at least, some means of escape. You buy a small boat or anything like that. Get out of the area and heed the warnings and this sort of thing. Problem with these days is a lot of trust has gone, even down into the forecasting level, and people just don't believe the forecasts are going to be as bad as they are. In some cases for very good reason. And I mean, look at Katrina. A lot of people just thought they could write it out and so on.
Oh, yeah. And another thing they don't talk about is the aftermath of the destruction. Some people take that as an opportunity to loot or do bad things. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, if it's a matter of if it's a matter of life and death, then in that sort of situation, go and get the water, to preserve life and stuff like this. But if if you're going out after disaster and you're you're grabbing TVs and videos and all this sort of thing, that's a different story altogether. People should be more concerned with knowing how to, shut the gas off, conserve and collect and preserve their existing water supplies.
But during these times, violence is going to break out. People get desperate; they get crazy. You know what I mean?
Well, I think there's a period of time from the disastrous event, and as time develops, there's a golden opportunity window
Welcome,
before people
Lillian.
realize, and then that sort of behavior starts to break out. Some places that will be a short span, some places it will be a lot longer, but you've got to seize the opportunity to make yourself safe first of all, because you've already ridden out the sort of main event, and so you've got to preserve life. So people should, in their houses now, they should know how to shut off the gas, know how to control the water supply in their house, how to shut off or make safe the electricity supply as basics, and then check for dangers. There may be unstable land, structures around, especially in some sort of especially in floods or earthquakes. Floods, you got an undermining factor of properties and stuff like this.
Definitely.
So
definitely, I agree with that. And I would say this: don't be so trusting of the government saying they're here to help you. As long as you do what they say, I've seen that situation break down. Well,
the government haven't. Even if they do come with all the resources in good time, they still haven't got the equipment, the manpower to look after everybody and sustain everybody. They're probably their main aim will be to evacuate the immediate people out of the danger zone, stop any further deaths, and preserve.
I've seen after Hurricane Katrina, they basically will take things, from people. They'll go after people who are prepared. I've seen that happen. You know what I mean? So you got to be wary of that as well, just because sometimes the government will take advantage of a disaster to get power. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely. As Churchill once said, Churchill said once that never let a good disaster go to waste. It can always be exploited in some way, shape, or form. But Katrina was quite a unique situation. It was such a massive scale. The best thing, if you don't tell anyone you're a prepper to begin with, anyway. In that sort of situation.
Yeah. I get that, but there are other disasters to worry about. For example, California had wildfires. You sound Australian, so you probably would know about wildfires. I mean,
no, I'm from England.
Sorry.
I get that a lot. I went to America 5 or 6 times, and just about every time people were asking me if I'm Australian and stuff. It got to the point where saying, "Yeah, I'm from Perth," Yeah.
I get Americans and Canadians mixed up, and they don't like that either.
Oh yeah, I can work both ways. You're from Australia, yeah. You're from Canada, aren't you? See, us from Canada will be listening.
It's like I keep telling people, the best thing to do is, like me, just not have an accent.
That's right, yeah. Everyone else has got an accent, not me.
Well, I will say this: the Scottish historically were the ultimate survivalists.
There was definitely moments in time in history where that was true. I would say, yeah, everybody's had their moments. I think as societies and cultures where they've had to survive off their particular means based on whatever's been happening.
Yeah,
there are some really practical things you can do in most emergency or survival type situations. Even just having a checklist to begin with. The checklist will obviously depend on what kind of emergency it is you think you're preparing for. So if you live in California, you're going to prepare for things like wildfires and earthquakes and stuff like that, or civil unrest, because those are the kind of things that are prone to happen in that part of the world. I'm not going to prepare for earthquakes in Scotland, because although there are very, very minor tremors, I've never felt one. And a brief look at history will tell me that I don't think there's ever been an earthquake to the extent in Scotland or the UK that could do any real damage.
We have a similar history in the sense that I live on the East Coast of the United States, right? And we don't have a history of earthquakes, but there was one time, I'm going to tell you, it happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's always that one fluke time where something could happen, but to be honest, there's no real value in preparing for that one in a million.
Oh yeah, I know.
You can broadly prepare for most things and then adapt it based on the situation that's taking place. There's some practical things you can do, even with. I know you guys started off talking about flooding. I've got my father-in-law actually lives in quite a flood-prone part of the UK. It floods literally every year, and you ask yourself the question, well, why would anybody live there? Well, housing is a bit of a premium in the UK, and you kind of live where you have to live. But and I've noticed that if you go into his house, for example, the plug sockets are higher. They're not down low, they're up higher. They have hard floors downstairs. They'll have carpets and things like that. They have an emergency plan in place where they can move things to another level, another landing in the house, because they know every year they have this kind of thing. They have ready supplies of sandbags and pumps. They know where their gas and electricity cut-off switches are and things. And they have a little bit of a bug-out plan to go to a relative in an area where it's not prone to flood. And this is just a river. This is a river that floods every year.
That's a smart thing to do. The reason I say the survivalist, I subscribe to a channel called Aberdozy. You know what I mean? He's a Scottish guy, talks about Scottish history and Scottish bush techniques. Aberdozy. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's a Scottish guy, talks about Scottish history.
The rule of survival. Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, he talks about.
Hey, Daryl. Good to see you.
Hi, BB. Guys.
Strength and honor, brother Chris.
The UK gets hundreds of quakes every year, small tremors.
Oh, well, we had a big one here on the East Coast just one time, one summer. It was like early 2000s. Okay, the whole thing happened. I was on the internet when it happened, right? This whole earthquake came out of Virginia. You know what I mean? There's still kind of conjecture if this was artificial or it was natural. You know what I mean? Some people say this was something that happened as some type of government science experiment going wrong. You know what I mean? And
fracking can cause that, doesn't it? I've heard fracking can cause tremors.
Yeah. So what happened is there was an earthquake that went from Virginia all the way up to New York City. You know what I mean? New York, there was an earthquake it wasn't bad necessarily. It wasn't like, a really bad earthquake, but we all felt it. Houses shaked, my apartment shaked, it was everywhere. You know what I mean? Everyone was outside after that, wondering what happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I once heard it said that earthquakes don't kill people; buildings falling down on them kill people.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So it's the building that's going to do you the damage. If you were just out in an open field and an earthquake happened, I think you'd probably be okay.
Oh yeah, it's just on the East Coast we're not used to that, and it was an occurrence that just was like it's like we weren't used to that. It was like it happened all over the East Coast.
Hey Bob, good to see you.
Hey Bob.
Good morning.
Hi, Bob.
How you doing, Bob? All down the coast, It was pretty interesting, that East Coast earthquake. It was like, whoa. You know what I mean?
A lot of time, a lot of people people are a victim of circumstance. You can be the most prepared person in the world. If you're stood in the wrong place at the wrong time during an earthquake in an earthquake zone, when you're fully prepared, it can still get you, But if, like Alan said there, if you're prepared in a sort of generic way and you're covering a lot of bases, because there's a lot of commonalities involved in many disasters, water is going to be a key element, which it's not.
Oh yeah.
preserving untainted water and the ability to make water potable and drinkable, all the rest of it. You know, if you can prepare in a generic way, you go a long way into mitigating against a lot of.
Yeah, I always say hedge your bets. Hedge your bets.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, one thing that springs to mind when I saw the 2004 tsunami devastation was the amount of destruction on the all the way inland for quite a way, in some cases miles, and you know that was a key indication to me, you know, to wear some sort of PPE. So I wonder how many people out there in their preps or, you know, have actually incorporated into the equation some sort of safety gear, you know, a helmet, goggles, masks, a good set of robust boots, a torch, because power will probably be out in those sort of circumstances. First aid kit, because, you know, you might come across casualties that haven't been found yet. A good set of gloves. And you know, if you're going out and doing any sort of thing, make sure you got any wounds that you've incurred during the event, cover them up, because you're going to be exposing yourself to dirty water and runoff and all this sort of stuff. Because you know, I mean, in the first up to 6 hours into it at least, or it could be even days, the people on the ground in the affected zones are going to be the first responders, because you know, roads might have been taken out and transportation might not be able to get to everyone. So the people on the ground are the first responders, effectively. So you'll be the person going out there, you know, treating people, coming across casualties, dealing with dead bodies.
Yeah.
So people have got to be prepared for those sorts of events in sort of the immediate aftermath for up to, I don't know, 3 days plus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. I agree with that.
And then even things like, you know, with any sort of event like, what could be anything from flooding to landslides to an earthquake, say, you know, the ability to clean up to enable yourself to move around. So shovels, spades, wheelbarrows, makeshift stretchers for evacuating casualties that you come across, brushes, some means of handling bodies, disposals, body bags, or whatever it is. But you don't really hear people talking about all that sort of stuff. All they seem to do is, you know, run around the woods talking about bug out bags.
Yeah, I think the thing to remember as well is immediately after an emergency, you're in a bit of a state of shock. You probably don't really know what's going on. You're not quite thinking straight. So if you've put together maybe I've got a 10-step list, which is just 10 titles in an order that I think would be a practical way of running through what should I now do that this emergency's occurred. And you can probably adapt a list like that to fit almost any emergency based on your local environment. So I would have it sort of, you know, the first step is your own personal sort of your own personal safety, and others that look at your immediate presence, what's going on with you right there. Then you want to sort of assess your surroundings. Then you want to stay informed, avoid unnecessary travel, secure basic needs, communicate widely, see what's actually going on, you know, with radios and things like that. Gather some emergency supplies after you've done all of those things, because now you're out of the immediate danger zone. You have a bit of a grasp to what's going on. Document the damage. You know, do a damage report. What's actually happened to your house, your street, your town, your country, whatever it may be, and then stay calm. And at that point, you can then start to help others, because you've ran through those previous 9 checklists, you know, for your own personal well-being, which is where all survival has to start with you, and then your immediate family, and then it goes from there. So I actually write this down. You know, I just read off my phone those 10 points. I don't have anything else under those bullet points, because it would depend on what the emergency is for those things. But you can go into detail about them. But just that prevents you jumping from one thing to the other, where, okay, my house has fell down, I need to go and get some bottled water. Well, no, you don't. You need to now find some shelter It just gives you, because you're not thinking straight. You're in shock as to what's just happened. So having a list on your phone or a physical list that you can get to, that's a good way to focus your mind to what's happening. Also, if you're the one that's hurt, you've got a wife or a child, well, now they have a list to at least follow, and something on there that a lot of people forget about is like household documents. Okay, there's a wildfire coming towards my town, and it's going to burn the whole place down. And you get in your car and you drive away, and then you realize you've left your passport, your insurance documents, your house deeds, your only spare bank card. Those things are important. If you had a list, then you could quickly run through that and say, okay, this is what I'm going to do now.
Yeah, list is definitely a good idea. Like you say, even if you're at the equation, someone in your family or group or whatever, they can go through it. Go through it and check it off instead. Yeah, like you say, documenting the event is a good idea, especially for insurance purposes. Plenty of photographs before, and hopefully people are insured. I'd hate to think anyone out there who isn't insured in this day and age. There's far too many people in all sorts of events throughout the world every minute of the day that something happens to them, they're not insured, and that's it. Everything's gone. You're just left with the plot of land, like the Katrina scenario, a square plot of land with a square sort of footprint of a concrete patch in the middle of it.
Yeah, and what you just said there about documenting exactly what's going on, that's especially if you live in a place where you live in an area prone to emergencies seasonally. It's a good idea, even if nothing happens, just to document all the little things that did happen that night or that day, so you can run through it, the next day and say, you know what, the lights went out because there was a power surge and it damaged these items. I now need to make sure I have something in place that protects these items from a power surge, and that becomes your checklist for the next time that something happens. And or you've stored some food away, emergency food, and you realize that when you're sitting in the living room with your emergency food supplies, that you haven't got a tin opener, or it has peanuts in it, and your kids are allergic to peanuts, so you didn't read the ingredients properly or something. Those are the kind of things you have to take account for and note down at the time, and then look back on and adjust. So improvise, adapt, overcome to every emergency that happens, and then prepare for it that way rather than over preparing. You can actually over prepare as well. This is a common trap that a lot of preppers, I think, get into, is they try and prepare for literally everything. There's just too many things that can happen. You can't have every single possible basis covered. That's why you have to be broad about what it is you're doing. You really, from a survivalist point of view, only need a few things, in my opinion. And if you can cover those things off, your cover, your shelter, your water, and things like that, you're probably in a fairly good place, because humans are quite robust.
Yeah, I agree definitely with you about that. And in the aftermath, you still need more information. You need gather more and more information.
I think something we've noticed recently in Europe, I don't know if this is quite the case in Sweden, but it's certainly the case in the UK, that there's been an unusual spike in things happening, emergencies. So in the UK, we're getting a lot of power transformers just mysteriously catching fire. It's happened a lot this year. I mean, I'm talking maybe 20 instances now that have been documented of power transformers just bursting into flames. At one point, it actually shut down. I think it was Heathrow Airport. It shut down for a little while, costing the economy hundreds of millions of pounds. Now, I don't know if this is an attack or it's just something's going on with the infrastructure, but we've noticed we all know what happened in Spain and Portugal and places like this as well. And communication was one of the biggest problems, because everybody's so reliant on their mobile phone. They seem to just assume that it's always going to be available. And you end up having people wandering around getting off trains in Spain for hours, not knowing what's going on, because the train's powered by electricity, the phone masts have went down, and people are just wandering around, wondering what's happening. So communication's definitely a thing. I think there was something of a spike in sales on wind-up radios in Spain when that power outage happened. That should be a reminder for everybody that, you know, you should really prepare for these kind of things, you know, because it's becoming the norm now, I think.
Yeah, once something's happened, the things are settled down. Minutes or hours later, people start asking questions, and the need for information becomes more of a requirement. And how many people have died? How long is it going to last? How wide is the affected area? So on, so on. And like you say, you know, at the basic level, get a wind-up radio. One with these solar-powered wind-up radios are a bit of a gimmick. I've tried 3 or 4 of them in the past now, and they've all been crap. The solar panels on these built into these radios literally stop it draining quicker. They don't really charge it.
I think the good ones are the ones that have got multiple redundancies, so you can get ones with batteries. They can plug in via USB, solar power, and they wind up. You know, so and they're only about 40 quid or something on Amazon. You know, so they're not incredibly expensive.
I did have a really good one, but I had it for that 10 odd years. Took it all over the place, and got that when that sort of eventually failed. I bought this other one, the Geronix one, which had loads of raving reviews. Wouldn't you know it? Got it, and it was an absolute piece of rubbish. I sent it back. It's just not fit for purpose, really. Yeah, I mean, I really, when it comes to things like that, I really do. I pay for the quality items, because you do get what you pay for and stuff. But some of these things are overhyped, and but yeah, we said before, you know, people out there shouldn't rule out everything from word of mouth to handheld radios, CB radios, all this sort of thing. Any sort of information stream is a good thing.
Yeah. And Prepper for the Ages has a question. Do you think capitalism is contributing to utility interruptions?
Right. Well, I'm not going to talk about politics, because it just gets people arguing. But what I have heard from various people I've spoken to, and various podcasts with intelligence experts and this sort of thing, is the fact that the rising fifth column elements in various countries that's developing, you know, the easy target is to go for the disruption type events, like the transformer scenarios. You know, anything that that can just add a little bit of fuel to the fire will eventually add into a massive. It doesn't take a lot these days to interrupt everything, even from the roads. You know, one little event, one vehicle broken down the road, that's it. The road's clogged up for hours. That's a massive interruption. You know, multiply that into fifth column. Now, I mean by fifth column is people with no allegiance to the country whatsoever coming in and adopting some sort of sleeper cell mentality. You know, that's what I mean there. The Norfolk UK proper. But yeah, it's not hard to do. The disruption event isn't hard to do. It's easy. It doesn't take a lot of organising, and even if, you know, people with a disgruntled attitude, with their allegiance somewhere else, can quite easily do it.
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, it depends how you define what a disruption would be, and, you know, linking it to capitalism. I mean, it's hard to really quantify exactly what that means to my mind. I mean, as opposed to what a communist disruption, they're a hell of a lot more. That system's a hell of a lot worse, you know, than what we would have. I would say, however, though, I mean, if you were relying on private industry, private companies, things like Twitter or Facebook or anything like this, then yeah, they absolutely have the power to just turn things on and off at a whim. So you shouldn't really overly rely. You make use of these tools, but never overly rely on these kind of things to always be there, because I think we've seen in Brazil, they turned off Twitter, you know, at the flick of a switch. And that was because the government, I don't know, had some sort of dispute with Elon Musk or something. And we also see even places like the UK where we are restricted, our information is restricted. So, for example, RT News, the Russia Today news network, which is obviously a bit of a propaganda wing for the Russian state, but I don't feel the British government has a right to switch that off. I accept it's a propaganda news outlet, but I'd like to hear what they have to say. But I don't have that luxury now because my government and their wisdom has decided to remove that from, the freely available internet.
I can speak on disruption on a personal level. I live in the Seattle area, West Coast, and we get that frequently from the radicals.
A simple happy life. Welcome. It's good to see you.
Personal experience, and I keep my prepping to just a small people in the region. They don't know how much I have, but we can talk a little bit with a few people. We're the smart people who are we're already prepared for it. We're used to it. So if there's radical activity, that's the first thing they do is they cut power. First thing right now. And but they've already done it to us, so we're used to it. And another thing that they do is they block highways and roads with people and violence. So as long as the power is going, when my wife and son are out working, I can watch Department of Transportation webcams. And if there's any road blockage or any jam ups, I send a message out to my wife, who will message the rest of the family. Right? Those are things you can do to react to the situation. It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop everything. But you know what you do when you don't have something? You just learn how to do without or do a workaround, like propane lanterns and different ways of cooking. So that's on a personal level. We've already been through this. So
too many times, I guess.
Yes, many times. Yeah. We're almost used to it,
I think developing a bit of a network as well, kind of like what we're doing just now.
Yeah.
You can use Discord and things like that. So, I mean, right now I'm talking to you guys across the world on this, but at the same time on my other screen, I also have Discord open where I'm looking at the UK Prepper Network chat. And it's a kind of citizen journalism going on there where people are seeing or observing things, or they work in industries where they might have a little bit of insight into something, and they're posting what they can say on those chats, and it gives you a little bit of an insight as to what's going on. And it definitely works because I can see things happening or being discussed on that isn't in the news for hours, and then eventually mainstream media catches up and posts their version of something, which I think we probably are all in a bit of an agreement that mainstream media is not a particularly reliable source nowadays.
Absolutely, I agree with that 100%.
I agree too.
Yeah, it's a bit Wild West at the moment with what's true and what isn't true, which is why you have to sort of bring it back down to what do I have control of? What can I do for myself? If the government or whoever, a malicious actor wants to switch off the power, okay, fine. But what can I do to prevent that affecting me? Well, you can have power banks, power stations, solar panels, a little bit of
solar.
These are the kind of things that you have to start putting a backstop in to prepare for.
Yeah, I did have a very good conversation. Okay, most of you guys know me. I go to a coffee shop that's privately owned almost every day. I have a hot sandwich and a coffee. The owner's husband is a retired Seattle City firefighter. He's retired, and he and I are able to speak together honestly about preparedness. So is his wife. But as soon as a customer comes in, we shut up. We don't talk about it, But he reminded me of first responders because he was one. In the Seattle area, we don't have rolling hills here. We have jagged mountain peaks. So that means a lot of bridges, overpasses, and rivers. And he very, very honestly, he said, Bob, if something happens, the fire department and the first responders are not going to be able to get to you for weeks. Because an earthquake, for example, some of the bridges come down. Now you're going to have to sit back and be self-reliant until they can get some Bailey bridges put in place. And well, like an example, I've got a way of sanitizing water, because he said that's one of the most important things is water. You've got to have clean water. I just now ordered on Amazon 100 little tablets to sanitize water. But he was very, very profound. He said straight up, we first responders are not going to be able to get to you when the big earthquakes come. So, okay.
No, and they can't fly in the trucks either.
Yeah.
That's impossible. You have nowhere to land.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to realize also, if you're talking about like a major earthquake, for example, in a city area, all of those first responders live in that city. So they have the same problems everybody else has. You know, the firefighters have got houses, they have their own family to take care of, they have all this kind of stuff. Sir. Plus then, of course, you've got the fire station, maybe it's damaged. And how's that truck going to get from there across the road or the bridge that's fell down, etc.? So, that, that's when outside help becomes relied upon at that point. But as we all know, that can take days. Even in highly developed industrial countries like the United States, where everybody remembers that hurricane, where it took days, literally days, for outside state help to get to where that happened. And I remember watching it on the news at the time, where there was reports of police officers literally just throwing their badge away and saying, you know what, to hell he is, it's every man for himself. And that's the kind of thing that can happen in extreme circumstances.
Yeah, that's what. I'll make this short. That's what the firefighter reminded me of. As he said, along with the bridges being down, and he said, first of all, Bob, you also got to remember we're first responders, police and fire. We're going to go home first and take care of ours first. So you can't depend on someone coming to your rescue. You've got to be as self-reliant as possible.
Yeah, they're going to triage. They're going to triage things as well. So I mean, even if you just very quickly as well, even if you live in a medium-sized town and you have 100 firefighters in that town, say 100 ambulances, just for round numbers, but there's one high-rise building that collapses and it's got 200 people trapped in it. They're all there trying to deal with that, whereas the rest of the town has got thousands of people still that may or may not need help, but they have to prioritize based on sort of triage principles where they can go and what they can do. So I would never rely on emergency services. Always try to use them if you need them, but I would never ever work that into a plan ever.
That's what happened in Valencia last year with the floods. It took 3 days before anyone turned up, and that was like I say, a developing country, all this infrastructure there. And there's places, I mean, still. Well, look at the Puerto Rico hurricane, Haiti earthquake, the Maui fires, even the 2004 tsunami. 8 years later, people were still rebuilding after that event and getting their lives back and sorted out, still recovering.
Yeah, and that was something that they could never really have properly prepared for. There hadn't been a tsunami in that region for a very long time, from what I understand. Funnily enough, a little bit of a weird side fact is I was actually in Thailand the week before that tsunami took place.
Right.
I was there for 4 weeks with a friend. We'd just come back from tour. We were in the military at the time, and that's where we were spending our R&R. It was near Christmas time, and we actually tried to stay for 2 more weeks. Because we wanted to spend Christmas and New Year there as well, and we couldn't. We weren't allowed to do it. We just, there was lots of reasons we weren't able to extend our stay, so we had to fly back home. And literally a week later, the tsunami took place, and we were in Phuket. The hotel we were in, we were on the ground floor, and it was run by some British guys who were running a dive center at the time, and we emailed them afterwards to see if they were okay. They were actually all okay, but the hotel that we were staying in had collapsed. And at that time in the day when it happened, I would almost certainly, along with my friend, we would have almost certainly have been killed. I always remember that, because it was, even for somebody like me who spends a lot of time thinking about preparedness and survival, you're on holiday, you don't think anything's going to happen, and then just out of nowhere, something like that takes place. There's nothing in the world we could have done to prepare for that.
holidays
Definitely.
and going outside of your area, comfort zone, etc. They're a particularly vulnerable sort of state of affairs.
Very much. Yeah.
Because you're going away unfamiliar territory most of the time. You got limited supplies with you. There may be a language barrier. You may have limited cash, and so on and so on. You throw in some sort of disaster, then you're literally at the mercy of someone else getting you out of there, helping you, and all this sort of thing.
Yeah, it also exposed a gap in knowledge for me personally as well. I'm almost slightly embarrassed to say this, but we all seen those videos where the ocean went out. The ocean goes out before it suddenly comes in. I didn't know that. I would have been one of those people on the beach saying, "Oh, what's going on here?" and possibly walking around just not knowing what's going on. I simply didn't have that knowledge at the time. This, that tsunami predates the Japanese one as well, where it became a little bit more in the minds of people. And the cameras were quite new in those days, so it's not like everybody had a smartphone or anything. It was a very new thing. I had no idea that was the case. So even if I wasn't in the hotel, there's a fairly good chance.
That's probably the event which highlighted that sort of a scenario where the tide rushes out.
Yeah, absolutely.
So unless you're living in a zone like that, and you know about that sort of thing, then
yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's Hollywood movies for you, is what I blame it for. I always believed that, like, a tidal wave, as we used to call it, was like this gigantic thing that used to rush over and knock down buildings, and it just doesn't happen that way at all. That's fiction.
My most recent, since you all brought up being on travel, how vulnerable you are, was just last year when I was over in the Philippines, and I've got a good family over there, and some of the family went to this island, I went to that island, and a typhoon hit. And I was by myself in Cebu, and I already had tickets purchased to be able to fly back to Davao or our house, and I thank God I had a little bit of foresight that I had already stored up some canned goods in our house, because I went to use my debit card in the airport in Cebu, and it wasn't working because their banking system was screwed up. But when I did get back to our home, I wasn't starving. I had canned goods stored up, and I told my wife, we're going to get even more stored up. We're going to get bottles of propane and more water and more food stored up in one of the spare bedrooms. I'm going to stack it, because that kind of taught me a lesson right there, because I get back to our house and the rent-a-car is already turned in, and I'm at the house all by myself, and I'm not much of a cook, but I can sure as heck open a can. That was my own personal experiences. Fortunately I wasn't injured, nobody was injured, but the delay to get the rest of the family from the other islands back to the home base, it took them days to get back home because of a typhoon. Anything you can put away, you're better off, man, because like I just said, the rent-a-car was already turned in. Our home is not in the downtown area, it's outside, and here I am. Okay, I can't get any more cash, and I can't go to a supermarket, but you're
left with your tier 1 on body kit, and that's it.
That's it. Yes, sir. That's it. Yeah. And I made a video about it while I was at my house. I've got a good family over there, man. Really good, solid family. Because I made a video about it. Well, thank God I thought ahead to store up some canned food, and and my brother-in-law saw that, and he goes, "Bro, I'll be right there." And he drove from the other side of the city to pick me up and took me to McDonald's and bought me this huge freaking breakfast, because he knows I didn't have any money, and a great big lunch, and actions speak louder than words.
I definitely agree with you about that, Bob.
Yeah, he didn't have to do that. No one told him to. I didn't ask him to, but that's a good network of decent people will always come to help you when you need it.
Yeah, and you were probably really hungry too.
Well, I had canned goods, but nothing beats a scrambled eggs and all.
Oh yeah.
You know
How
what I'm
about,
saying?
how about you, Daryl Costa?
Right. Yeah.
You've done some extensive traveling. Have you come across anything where you've been stranded or in the midst of a event?
Right. I've been one time. Okay. An event. Right. I almost broke up with my girlfriend for good in Argentina, and I decided to go and walk away from them. And I ended up being 1,500 kilometers away from Buenos Aires, and I was stranded on the road thinking, why did I walk away from my girlfriend and her dad, who's got the car? And
This
we were
wasn't in
traveling.
1982, was it?
This was 18. Oh no. This was in 98.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, 98. 1982 was
Falklands.
Falklands,
That's what I
yeah.
say. Yeah.
I was probably about 17 then. 16, 17, 18.
Yeah.
Well,
It's a hell of a
Strange,
lot.
Young
So-
and passionate.
Basically, I had a kind of an argument with my girlfriend, and I decided. I said, right, it's over. I'm walking off, and then I thought, well, they're just going to drive past me, and
and as you're walking off, you're thinking, right, where do I go now?
right, I just thought I'm just going to walk off towards Buenos Aires, like 15. Remembering I was like 1,500 kilometers away from anywhere. Well, I was in this little town, and I wasn't 1,500 kilometers from anywhere, but I was 1,500 kilometers from Buenos Aires. And I thought, right, I'm going to walk off, this end the relationship, walk off. I took a sleeping bag, a small torch, and I was on the road walking until I just fell asleep. And luckily, the next day, someone came along because I was walking, thinking this is a bad idea. In my mind, I thought, right, I'm going to walk off, and they're going to drive past me and say, come on, don't be stupid, get in the car now. And I was going to go, no, I'm not getting in the car. It's over. Leave me alone. Go away. And it didn't happen because there happened to be two roads outside of that town. It was crazy. I took the lower road. They went out there. So they missed me anyway. So, yeah, they missed me in the road. And I thought, well, they've got to be coming past me at some point. And they never did. So, anyway, I walked until I was, something was following me. I'm sure something was following me. I had a little small torch, a little sleeping bag, no tent, and I was just in the middle of the desert. And a storm was brewing as well. There was a massive eye of a storm brewing. I could see it, and I thought this was a bad idea. This is a really bad idea. I've got no shelter, no tent, no drink, no food, and what am I going to do? And anyway, I just thought I'd just keep walking. And the next day, I thought I'd just keep walking, and I just came to hill after hill. Surely something's got to be after the next hill. Nothing. Anyway,
Oh boy.
I was like, I was really in trouble. And this guy stopped with a Jeep. I won't carry on the story too long. And as this guy stopped in a Jeep, he happened to be from Canada, and he'd driven all the way down from Canada to South America, to Argentina, and now he was on his way back up through Argentina back to Canada. Anyway, he stopped, and because I was doing the thumbs, please stop. Anyway, he said, "You're not from here, are you?" I said, "No, I'm from London." He said, "I didn't think you was from here because why would you be out in the middle of the desert with this heat? Have you got a drink?" I said, "No." "Have you got any fruit?" I said, "No." He said, "You're crazy." He said, "The nearest town was 85 kilometers from where you are now." He said, "You could have been out here for days, weeks. You could have died." So I was so thankful. But before the guy came with a Jeep, there was another quick little thing that happened. I was thinking there's got to be a car, like, because it was hard. There was no cars. There was no cars. It was really hot. No drink. I thought, what a bad idea. And if you ever think about doing anything like that, guys, don't do it until you're in a safe zone. Anyway, these two banditos came past in the car before the Jeep, and basically they stopped, and I thought these two look very dodgy, like bandanas around their heads, and like I was thinking, is this a good idea to get in the car with these two? And I sort of decided not to. I said, oh, what time is it?
That's smart.
I
Smart.
stopped them and I said, what time is it? Because I've been waiting for my friends to come in the car. And they went, oh, it's this time, whatever time. And they drove off. And anyway, I got in the Jeep with the guy. And the guy said to me, you know, he'd been in a breakup himself. It was really funny. He said he was happily married with 2 daughters. And he was, you know, he thought his marriage was the best thing. And his wife just left him. And that's why he was doing the drive. He was a teacher. I thank God for this guy because, you know, I would have been dead possibly.
Sounds like a midlife crisis.
Most likely, yes.
Knee-jerk reaction going on there. Well, yeah, the golden rule, never leave the vehicle. A lot of people succumb to that sort of scenario in Australia.
Wow. Yeah, well, I mean, especially, yeah, well, I mean, you know, I in my mind, I thought, well, you know, they're going to get me in the car. They're not going to just leave me, you know, and they miss me.
And they did.
And they did miss me. They actually missed me, you know, so.
Yeah, they could have turned around once they realised you weren't on that road. Yeah.
Well, even.
Well, these things happen. You live and learn, you know.
Yeah, what a great. I actually slept on the roadside in Las Pampas. Like, so, you know, I thought there was a puma following me. So I picked up a big stick. I found a lump of wood. And I thought I'd grab that and just walk along with that and, you know, fight for my life if it was a puma. But yeah, never leave the car. That's a good one, PV. Yep, exactly. Especially in Australia.
No, it's the interesting thing about when you go on holiday or you're traveling abroad, that you're a very, very vulnerable person at that point. You know, you're in an environment that you're not from, so your situational awareness is down. You're a prime target for crime. You're particularly vulnerable because you're almost entirely dependent on what little possessions you have with you. Most people don't have family if they just go on random holidays. But ironically, a lot of people let their guard down entirely when they go on holiday. And that's part of the problem. You hear it on the news all the time where people do stupid things like, you know, drown in swimming pools or fall off balconies or get drunk and die of exposure somewhere because they're in that holiday type mode, that holiday way of thinking. Package holidays are I believe, you know, responsible for a lot of that. And it's unbelievable. People are traveling to places in the world that are actually quite dodgy, but because they've done it via a package holiday and they don't know any better, they're just wandering around. You know, you're getting people going to places like Egypt, which is generally quite a safe country, but it doesn't mean you can just go walking around Cairo, you know, as like a dodgy looking white guy in his shorts and flip-flops and think nothing's going to happen to you. You know, you're probably going to get robbed at the very least.
Probably,
you know?
And that's not because that's, you know, people in Cairo are not particularly, I'm not saying they're criminals, but there are definitely criminals there. And you're just sticking out like a sore thumb, you know, with your cash and your passport and your watch.
They know a foreigner.
And your golden Rolex watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
true.
Well, I've had many encounters like that with swindlers, etc., over in the Philippines when I'm traveling alone. And I thank God I have smart enough to learn some of the national language and start speaking back to the swindler in their national language. And they go, oh, this guy's not green. Find an easier target. But the last time, I'll add on with the typhoon, the next time I go, I'm carrying a lot more cash. Even if it's not typhoon season, I'm going to carry a lot more cash, keep some of it in the house, keep some of it on my person. But yeah, thank God for my family over there. They're good, solid family. They took good care of me. So,
hey, just to finish off my story, I did eventually get back to Buenos Aires. What happened was this gentleman who had the Jeep kindly dropped me off 85 kilometers from where he picked me up into this small little town that actually had coaches going through there and stopping. So I was able to get a coach and go the remaining 1,400 kilometers back to Buenos Aires, where eventually my girlfriend and her dad didn't get back. I got back before them. I got back to Buenos Aires before them because the coaches tend to just keep going and they'll have a spare driver whereas my girlfriend and her dad had to stop because you can't do 1,500 kilometers just like that overnight. You need, you know, what's that? 2 days, 2 nights. So yeah, I left with totally the most smallest amount of gear that you could have in the middle of nowhere, in a country where they had a war with Great Britain, and my girlfriend's dad said to me, "Don't speak English. Whatever you do,
Oh
don't
boy.
speak English." And like I'm
Oh.
thinking, the good thing is I look Spanish. I kind of look Spanish, so I could just keep my mouth shut. I could kind of blend in with different people, and you know, I was very careful because we was opposite. We was in this place called Rio Gallego, which was where they sent the aeroplanes, I believe, to the Falklands to fight the British. But yeah, I had a sleeping bag, a small torch, and that was it. You know,
Oh.
and I was just in the middle of nowhere. I obviously and a toothbrush. I had a toothbrush, a toothpaste, and a little towel. But I left everything of my stuff in the car. You know, I left it all in the car, thinking, well, they're gonna catch up with me. I'm gonna get in the anyway. I got back safely. But yeah, what did I learn? After a disaster, what do you learn? Yeah, PB, stay near the vehicle.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a big problem in Australia. That is, the people break down and they walk for help, thinking they can make it, and 9 times out of 10 they don't. But so after a common thing that you would probably find out, read about, see here, and stuff like that, after any sort of disaster in the immediate aftermath, is the mental aspect of things, where people have gone from normality. You flick the switch, some disastrous event has occurred, could be earthquake, plane crash, car crash, whatever, and all of a sudden you're into this completely different alien looking world of destruction. And you know, all those sorts of things combined with, you may have seen injuries, you might have been injured yourself, and so on. Some sort of, I may not go as far as say PTSD, but some sort of post-mental change has occurred, and people have got to readjust and rationalize what's going on. Otherwise, they'll go down this dark path of, you know, it just got worse basically. So, you know, the mental aspect of in the aftermath of a disaster is a key one as well. People have got to realize what's going on, rationalize what's going on, and just, you know, deal with it basically, because if they can't deal with it, then what are they going to do?
That's right.
You know, I've seen you see this sort of thing quite common with car crashes, where someone has a car crash, their car is absolutely wrecked, and they're just, you know, go off the handle because their car's wrecked. You know, so what? It's just a thing. It's insured, or it should be. You know, you're alive. Get on with it.
I wanted to add in. I've been going to the Philippines for over 20 years, and I know life over there pretty well. And travel smart. Here's a tip for you to travel smart. All right. Around the airports, there's vultures circling, waiting for that lone traveler.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys who are well traveled, you know what I'm talking about. You know that the swindler taxi,
those dodgy taxi drivers.
Yes, yes, absolutely. And I learned the system well enough. And while I'm in the airport, I flew from Cebu to Davao City, and I'm in the airport, and I looked at one of the porters, the guys who will carry your bag for you. And an older man, and they basically work for tips, you know. And I called him over to carry my bag. I didn't need him. I could handle it myself. But while he's carrying my bag, I spoke to him in some in Tagalog and some Bisaya, and you know, and I said, "Can you take me to a good taxi?" You know, and he knows what that means. Not a swindler taxi, but yes, sir, I'll take care of you. So walk out of the airport, and I would go across the street where the taxi's parked, and he's leading me to a good taxi, not someone who's going to rob me, you know. and out from behind a post comes this guy, you know, Mr. Swindler, here we are, looking for that one lone white guy all by himself. And he steps in front of me, taxi, sir? Taxi. You know, and I said, voila, you know, meaning nothing, voila, voila. And he wouldn't let me progress. Meanwhile, the guy with my bag is going ahead of me, and he stopped and he turned around to see what's happening. The guy with the bag can't get involved too much because he could be stabbed, you know. But I spoke to this guy who stepped from, you know, the swindler. He stepped in front of me, and I spoke to him in Tagalog, and I went, "Asawa ko Pilipina babae," and that means my wife is a Filipino woman. And his jaw dropped. Went, huh? Tagalog. Oh. And I took that instant. I took that instant of shock, and I went right around, dude, and I got behind the guy who's rolling my bag, and let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Those are things that, yeah, being a wise traveler. But yeah, I don't know what the point of my statement was, but these are my own experiences of traveling smart, you know. So
taxis are usually the first thing you encounter that's a swindle at an airport. In Thailand, it's the same. There's a queue. There's a queue for taxis, and it takes ages. And then there's a dozen guys offering you a taxi immediately. Stand in the queue. Take the queue.
The Philippines is yes, yeah.
That's a real taxi. It has a meter. Take that.
Yeah.
Because the other guys, I've been to Thailand a couple of times when I was very young. I took the taxi, you know, oh yeah, sure, I'll not wait in this queue, I'll jump in this taxi. And he drove us completely past our hotel, took us to another hotel which we didn't want to go to, and said, here, this is where you will stay, which actually turned out to be just his wife's outbuilding, who, you know, they were trying to get us to then pay for them to then stay there as well. We managed to talk him into driving us to our actual hotel though, but it cost us a hell of a lot more than what we would have paid had we just, you know, waited for a taxi.
But on the other hand, it's the safest way to get where you are going to.
And taxis, yeah.
Yeah, my wife. I don't know. I haven't been to Thailand, but I've been to Philippines a million times. My wife taught me a trick. Hon, if you ever need anything, ask one of the armed guards, because they're always really honest guys. They really are. And before we leave the airport, my wife will go right up to one of the armed guards and go, where, you know, speak to him in Bisaya or in Tagalog and go, you know, a metered taxi. The guards won't point you to a swindler. They will always point you, go in that line right there and stand in line and take a number, and, you know, you'll get there good. But that's another thing. If you can, ask an armed guard in the Philippines for directions. They won't blow smoke up your butt, you know.
Yeah, when I went when I went traveling to Greece as a youngster, I was about 15. I think the first time I went to Greece by myself, I was about 15 years old, and I asked, because I knew about the dodgy taxis in Athens, Greece. I asked someone beforehand how much roughly it was going to cost to go to a certain place, and they gave me a kind of rough estimate. And when I got into the cab, I pretended that I couldn't speak Greek, just to see what the cab driver would do. And I also spoke to a policeman as well, and I asked him roughly how much it was going to be as well. So I kind of had a rough idea of how much it was going to be, because I asked a couple of people. Anyway, I said to the cab driver, "Hello, how much to go to the coach station?" I was going to the coach station because I was going to get a coach to an island, and he said something like $20, which back then, when I was 15, $20 was a lot of money, and the taxi fare was about 300 drachma, 300 or 400 drachma, which at that time was about £2. So he was trying to charge me $20 for a £2, you know. And I said to him, I started speaking to him in Greek after he said to me the price. I said, "Then treba se da mudra su Elinas." I said, "Ain't you ashamed of yourself I'm Greek. I'm a young, and not only that, I said to him in Greek, I'm also a youngster, which makes it even worse of you to do that to me. Then Drebe said, I was like, I'm a youngster, and you're trying to rob me. And I'm first time coming to Greece anyway. Like, you know, he God bless him. He took me to the coach station. I did give him a tip as well. I gave him 500 drachma. I said, yeah. And he said,
I'll give him a tip.
Yeah, duck.
The tip of your spear. The tip of your spear.
Yeah.
I'm going for a bathroom break. I'll be back.
Yeah, dear
Yeah,
love, I love that moment of shock when you speak to them in their language, and that jaw dropping. What do you British call it? A gobsmack or something? You know, the
Gobsmacked.
Yeah, he was like that. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was so convincing that I wasn't Greek. I was like, how much to go? You know, because I could have been I could have been Spanish, I could have been Turkish,
Yep.
I could have been anything but Greek. But yes, when I said to him, and I said to him with such authority as well, and Drebe said, "Mudrasu, and you ashamed of yourself?" You know.
I've done this. Hi Nago, Mahal, wala na. You know what I mean? Kind of like, oh my God, too expensive. Nothing. You know, and that the Filipinos was real back like, oh shit. You know, you speak our language? Asawa ko Filipino babae. You know, I'm not green here. You know.
Yes. Imagine it's very difficult. We're at a very difficult time now. As I think someone said earlier on, when you're traveling today, you take a very big risk because the uncertainty around the world today is a lot, you know, there's a lot more variables of what can happen today than you know, a number of years back. And, you know, like we said earlier, if you get stuck somewhere, the language barrier, that you might not have the finances, you might not have the place to stay, you might not have family. So you can find yourself in a really, really bad situation. I mean, I was blessed that I didn't die in a desert in Argentina, and I was happy to see.
You are.
You know, I got back safely because that could have been really bad. And you know, as brave as you think you are, and you know, don't risk it. Life is too short. You know, what I learned from that disaster, and coming back to the topic, in the aftermath of disasters, what to do. I made a very, very small little list here, you know, of just 3 little things like location. You know, if you do a little bit of research, what's happened in my area? Has there, like we've covered earlier on, but we're just going to re-go over it a bit. You know, knowing what's happened in your area, if there's fires, and preparing your gear if you're going to buy gear.
Oh, okay.
If you're going to buy any kind of gear, like PB said, to buy it, you know, for the you know, if it's for a fire, if your area's fire prone. You know, even I think you might have even said boat. Did you mention boat, PV?
Yeah, I mean, any sort of prior assessment and sort of planning and foresight will determine what you may need, or give you some indications of what you'll need after any sort of event. You know, and likewise with everything, there's common items that you would need, say, you know, for clean up, right? You say shovels, brooms, and stuff like that. And obviously not. That's not going to keep you alive initially. I don't know what it is, but
and you probably need a lot of hand sanitizers too. To keep your hands clean.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
So you know, you've got to. There will be a cleanup operation at some point, whether you've bugged out the, you know, you evacuated at some point, or you're going to come back and see what's left. That you know, you're going to have to clean up at some point. And like you say there, Shadow, hand sanitizer is going to be a key one as well. Yeah, you know, with lack of sanitation, it's a something a lot of people take for granted. It's quite a remarkable invention of the modern world, should we say? Sanitation, and from toilets to cleanliness to showers and baths and stuff like this. You go to and you go to India, for instance. And you would be a fool. You know, everyone's, you know, handling food, touching their ass, petting donkeys and all sorts of stuff. You know, and kissing dogs that have just been licking their ass and balls and sort of thing. You
Yeah.
shake hands with someone, you've got you'd be fool not to carry around hand sanitizer with you there, you know. So yeah.
I'll pile one more thing on the aftermath, then I'm gonna go get my coffee, look at some cute legs, and have a coffee, you know. But
Yeah.
there was that video, I think I shared it out on one of Shadow's lives, about the guy who sat down and had a very comprehensive 6 months after the hurricane hit, and he said 3 days after the hurricane hit was his family had dried food. All they were preppers. They had stuff, but he said 3 days after, he would sit on his front porch and watch, and is when people on bicycles were riding around his neighborhood. You know, people he did not recognize. Those are opportunists, and that's something you got to build.
They
build into
didn't
your
belong
plan.
to the area anyway.
Correct. They're looking for that opportunity to get in and get something, but be aware of that, fellas. No matter what happens,
There's
3 days later is when they start showing up. Yep.
Yeah.
There's people doing that in the UK now.
Yeah.
I think they caught someone recently who was just walking up a street, trying every door, just trying to get into a house.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, happened
did you
here.
hear about that one, PV?
Happened to me.
Me too.
2 years ago
Wow.
now.
Yep.
Wow.
Opportunist, you know, guy just walking up and down the road, trying
Yep.
all the car door handles, trying the house handles. So I got him on video, got him to, in fact, the half the street got him on video, and we submitted the footage to the police. The police caught him, and they just released him. You know, nothing happened to him.
Wow.
Yeah. If you want to get, I'll say this, then I'm going to bounce.
Crazy.
If you want to get scared and see the truth and reality that's out there, go on YouTube and watch doorbell cameras or ring cameras.
I've seen
How
something. Yeah, I think I've
oh,
seen some
there's
stuff.
thousands of videos across the states of people doing just like that. Move to the next house, or packages, or wow, you know. And these are during the good times when we've got enough to eat and clean water to drink, you know.
Imagine when it's bad times.
This particular guy, he got lucky in the end. He went at the top of the road. He tried the door and it was unlocked. By this sort of time, it was 11:30ish at night, and he walked into the front room as the single parent and her daughter were lying on the sofa asleep, and they woke up to this guy in the living room.
That's terrifying. Yeah.
Funnily enough, he was found a couple of days later, beaten black and blue by someone.
The old saying here in the States: "F around and find out."
Yeah. Especially, you know, you're doing it in your own village. Someone's going to recognize you.
Well, I'm going to go get my coffee and sandwich and look at some cute baristas. So, God bless to all you guys. Take care and stay safe.
No worries. We'll catch you in a bit, Bob.
Stay safe, Bob.
All right, peace out.
See you later.
See you later, CR. You stay, CR. Another day, I didn't get to fire you. You're going to have to work on that.
Promotion. Any promotion days rather than getting fired? Any day soon? Is he going to get promoted?
Maybe. That'd probably give him a heart attack. I got to be careful with that.
Make him a CEO or something. We can make him CEO.
Okay. Later, guys.
Yeah,
Bob.
Later, Bob.
Yeah, it's the problem because there's so many different types of things that can happen, so many different types of disaster event, crime scenarios, and so on and so on. A lot of it, you know, apart from the generic things, you've got to be flexible, think on your feet, and you know, deal with it sensibly. Really, go back to your core priorities. Yeah,
it's definitely something you have to be adaptable with.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Especially even just when you were talking about burglaries there, it actually reminded me that in the UK, burglary is almost a crime that doesn't even get investigated anymore by the police.
Yeah.
And this is unbelievable. I mean, you might not even believe this. You'll have to Google it afterwards to see that it's actually true. but there's police forces in the UK. You can see this on video, 5, 6, 7, 8 police officers going to doors in the UK and arresting people for tweeting things or posting things on Facebook. Now, half of the country, half of the UK, this is a country of nearly 70 million people, and a half of that country, no burglary crimes have been solved by the police. I believe in Sheffield, not a single burglary has been solved. Not a single one. Because the police just do not bother about it anymore.
Yeah,
why
the
do
reason
they?
is
But why do the cops bother to knock on people's door who put something on social media? I don't get it.
Because that's an easy statistic for them to gather.
but
So
it's also
the police
going along with their agenda as well, because they want the new electric future, they want the new AI, they want the new crime, internet crime, they want all that. So they're sort of, they're winding down the old sort of system. Sorry to cut you there, well, Alan. They want the system to wind down and to so they can bring in a new thing. So it's the old problem, reaction, solution thing. So they've got to get they create a problem, then they get a reaction, then they come up with a solution. So they want this new futuristic sort of crime stuff going on, so someone said, why are they arresting someone for making a tweet, and why they're not doing the burglaries? Well, it's not going along with their agenda. They want war. They don't want to solve little potholes and burglaries, and they don't want to fix all stuff like that. And the money's going all elsewhere. There's another agenda. Us lot thinking, well, why ain't this getting sorted out? Why ain't that getting sorted out?
It's just a very easy target as well, so the police want to say that they solve X amount of crimes per year. Now, it's far easier to just monitor Twitter and then go to the door of the person who said some hurty word and arrest them. The police can then say, we've solved this crime, so they add that to their statistics. Whereas something like a burglary is a difficult crime to solve, and it'll take many hours and resources and court appearances and all this kind of stuff. So when you think about it from their point of view, it makes perfect sense to ignore real crime and focus on the made-up crimes like on the internet, because those are easy to deal with. And 99% of the time, those kind of people, the person I'm actually talking about, you can see this on YouTube, the person whose door they raided, I think he was a man in his 80s, who posted something on Facebook, which wasn't actually anything bad whatsoever. And he was actually a 40-year retired special constable. So he spent 40 years of his life being a police officer for free, because that's what special constables are. They're kind of like part-time police officers. And they still harassed this man. And they actually went into his house, and you see it on body cams where they search his house, and they were looking at his bookshelves, and they were trying to ascertain whether he was a particular person of interest to them politically. And they even used the words that some of his books were Brexity, whatever that means. Funnily enough, the story I'm actually talking about just now, that guy actually took them to court and won, and I believe he got a £20,000 payout. But it just goes to show the level of where policing is in places like the UK. So that means that if you're concerned about burglaries taking place in your neighborhood or your town, that's something you'll have to prepare for separately, because you can never rely on the police for that, because it's practically been legalized. So yeah. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but saying burglary is actually difficult for a Scottish person.
Burglary.
Burglary, yeah.
Burglary, yeah, say it in a Scottish accent. Burglary.
I could tell you another reason, Shadow, but I'm not going to say it here. I've got a close relative who's a police sergeant who's told me firsthand what goes on and why these sorts of things happen. But anyway,
hopefully we'll see a change with that kind of thing across the West as people start to wake up to the realization that two-tier policing and that politically correct type stuff, people don't have an appetite for that anymore, and it's got to a point where the police are there as a service to us. They're a public body. They're not there to be policing government legislation and things like that. And It's kind of sad actually, because I actually wanted to be a police officer for a very long time. When I left the military, I thought, I'll go and join the police. That's quite a good profession, but I would never do it because I don't think I could morally chap on somebody's door and tell them they were under arrest because they said something that the government now finds offensive online. To me, morally, I could never do that. So, it wouldn't happen. But as people who, like to be prepared, we should be aware of these kind of things. And it's different in different countries as well. We're talking about travel a little bit as well. So be aware of the culture and of the place you're going to. I'm aware of British tourists, for example, going to Dubai and breaking what they think are, breaking laws that they would never believe were even laws, like being, kissing on the beach or holding hands on the beach and things like that. It's a very strict cultural no in places like Dubai. I believe I've only been to Dubai once, but it wasn't for a holiday. But they don't take kindly to that kind of stuff. Or in Thailand, people doing very lengthy service, criminal prison service sentences because they've got small amounts of cannabis or something on them, or some other drug or something like that, which in the UK or the US would be a misdemeanor. But in places like Thailand, where they had zero tolerance of such things, you can end up spending 20 years in prison.
Even longer. You can get life if you have bad luck.
Yeah. Well, I believe the death penalty actually exists in Thailand for certain drug trafficking laws.
Yeah.
I don't know how many tourists fall into that trap, but it's certainly something to be aware of. It's like something you guys touched on a little bit earlier is, has the world, when it comes to travel and emergencies and disasters and things that can happen when you travel around, I don't know if it's became more dangerous to do this or if there's more going on, or is it simply easier for people to travel to these places now, and so they get themselves into these difficulties. Now, it used to be back in the day where, if, like you were saying, that you travel to somewhere like Argentina, yeah, that was actually quite a difficult thing to do, back in the 80s, or more difficult in the 80s than it is perhaps now, because there was no budget airlines, with direct flights to these places and all-inclusive hotels. It used to be the case if you were going to a far-flung place, you had to have a little bit of travel savvy about you in order to get there in the first place. So you were a little bit more switched on. Now any idiot can jump on a Ryanair flight and book an all-inclusive hotel in Turkey for £200 over a weekend and find themselves in the middle of a coup or something, which did happen a couple of years ago. It's unbelievable the kind of places you can get to now for relatively cheap.
Yeah, there's when I left the army, I found it an eye-opener in the fact that before we ever went anywhere, we got this health and safety brief, a brief on the wildlife, a brief on the current laws, and all these briefs to do an orientation brief, they call it, as to all the ins and outs of the country, what to do or not to do, all your vaccinations and stuff like that. So by the time you actually went into this country, you were fairly up to speed with the current state of affairs, what was going on, what would actually offend people, and all this sort of stuff. And then when I left, you go somewhere and you sat next to someone on the airplane, or you see someone in the hotel who are completely unaware. They've got no idea any sort of cultural things about this country. They've got no idea what offends people. They've got no idea about the laws, no idea about any sort of wildlife, hazardous animals, all this sort of stuff. And at the moment's notice, they could either find themselves banged up in jail for bearing the soles of their feet to someone, to stepping on a creature in the sea and hospitalizing themselves. It's but yeah, like I say, because it's all too easy to just jump on an aircraft these days at the moment's notice, and it's cheap. A lot of these things go out the window for some people, and it's a big wake-up call for them. And if they haven't got insurance, then that's a big no-no straight away. And
Big trouble, yeah.
Big trouble. It wouldn't surprise me the amount of people out there who travel without insurance. It's just unbelievable. And the penalties for Well, the amount of money that can accumulate when things do go wrong if you haven't got insurance is unbelievable. Absolutely
It's true.
outrageous.
Yeah.
Yeah. A friend of mine broke his leg. He was in Spain or Greece, somewhere like that, but he had insurance and he got like 5-star treatment.
Right.
Because he-
Well, I mean, I know someone who went on a motorbike holiday to Austria with his wife, late 80s. Had a crash, 'cause a car hit them. He broke his femur and some other injuries. That cost him 26 grand.
Wow.
My cousin, who was living in Cyprus 5 years ago, he got appendicitis. He lives there, you know, he's Greek. He got appendicitis. That cost him over 30 grand. And he lives there. That's you know, I don't know.
And travel insurance can be very cheap, like 35 quid, 40 quid, 50 quid.
Yeah, I've
So,
just taken
I
some
mean,
out for someone.
you know,
A 1 week cruise for an 80-plus-year-old, £140 for a week. That's nothing, you know.
that's
Weighing
the
up the odds.
insurance.
I think the one thing you do have to be slightly careful about with insurance, though, like the last place I went abroad was Turkey, and it was explained to me that, you know, I always get the maximum amount of travel insurance, etc. But from what I understand, if I needed to use a hospital in Turkey, I would still have to pay, and then you claim it back on the insurance afterwards.
Right, yeah, that is the case in some.
So you have to have some available funds, a credit card or something, to rely on the off. If you go there with the bare minimum, you could find yourself in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and a lot of these, well, in some insurance policies, they don't cover for civil war, in some cases natural disaster, or you know, acts of gods, and all this sort of thing. So
I would say the one advantage of traveling abroad from an emergency, you know, back to the subject type thing, is you at least you know what it is you're going to be doing from the point of view is you're bugging out. You know, you're for the most part you're trying to leave the place. If something really bad happens while you're on holiday, then your objective isn't to continue your holiday. You know, I'd imagine most of the time your objective is to, how do I get out of here? And then it becomes a case of, well, I don't have a lot of possessions because you only have like a suitcase worth of stuff. How do I now get from here to the airport? And then from the airport, how do I get to, you know, wherever it is I've came from? And if it's a really, you know, something really serious is going on, like we see in Israel, a lot of British people were evacuated from Israel recently, just prior to the Iranian strikes that were taking place there. So they were flown out by the British Air Force to Cyprus, I believe, and then from there repatriated back to the UK. So you have the advantage of, at least you know you can bug out of that place. You know, the people who live there, unfortunately, have, you know, all of the problems that they have to deal with, the earthquake or the war or whatever it is that's taking place. So as a tourist, that's the I would say that's an advantage.
Yeah, definitely.
The advantage of leaving.
I always adopted the mentality of wherever I'm going abroad, I always have enough money to ensure I get back. You know, enough cash to jump on a flight back if anything goes wrong with the existing flight or whatever. We always have the means to make your own way somewhere.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and also have a good map. Get to study the place before you go there. Study the place on the map. Get to know the city or town. Or
Yeah, do your
country.
own work on the place. Yeah, definitely. And that includes the likelihoods of things going wrong when you're there. I might go into a place in a flood zone, or, you know, like the Valencia scenario. Valencia is a big holiday spot, and that was in a precarious position as far as flooding goes. So, has that sort of thing happened before? Are you in a wildfire zone? A couple of years ago, there was lots of news coverage where people in, I don't know, it might be in the Greek islands somewhere, were basically evacuated from the hotel at a moment's notice to the beach because the wildfires are coming. And
yeah, I remember that.
yeah, and they literally had to. Where was it?
It was a Greek island, and they were. I can't remember exactly the name, but they were trapped on the beach,
Yeah, that's it.
and yep, that's the
Some
one.
of it, and one of the, I can remember an interview.
I think it was Rhodes. I think
Rose,
wasn't
was it? One of the women there. She flew back in the t-shirt that she actually left the hotel in. That was it. Nothing. The clothes you're stood up in. That's it. So yeah, people have got to do their own work.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And
it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much to do a little bit of research to a place before you go as well. Because, I mean, I always, when I go somewhere new, when I went to Turkey a couple of years ago, that's the first time I'd ever been there. One of the first things I did was just take a quick look at what's going on in Turkey in the news, and then take a look at the UK government travel advice, and it'll give you a sort of breakdown as to what they perceive to be the highest risk. It'll give you like levels of crime, level of natural disasters, etc., etc. If you know you're going to a place that's prone to earthquakes, do a little bit of research into, well, when was the hotel that you've booked? When was it built? You know, is it a crumbling piece of junk that will fall down in an earthquake, or is it something more modern that's, you know, a little bit better standards? There's some little things you can do, I think, to give yourself a little bit of a better chance, just to make sure that you're a little bit safer,
I think
than just turning up.
Yeah, traveling taught me one thing. I think it was the beginning of my bug out bag was my luggage going to other countries in a kind of a way, because I was going to another place, and okay, you call it holiday, whatever, but I started developing this kind of routine of what I used to take with me on my holidays. You know, when you're young and fresh,
Hey, Mark. Good to see
you don't know
you.
what you're taking with you on holidays. I'm sure people have had an experience where they've took way too much stuff, and they're thinking, why did I bring all this stuff on holiday? I'm not going to be wearing a tweed suit in a place that's 35 Celsius at night time. Why did I do it? So you develop. So what I'm trying to say is, I kind of learned the beginnings of my bug out bag was my traveling to these countries. It was kind of learning. Yeah, and like you say, do your research, where you're going. You know, I knew in Greece they had earthquakes. I mean, there's not much I could sort of take with me other than like a first aid kit. But yeah, traveling is very good. It's very good for situational awareness as well, understanding, being aware of what's around you.
Yeah, I mean, I've always travelled, and it's always been drummed into me is the fact that your hand baggage contains your overnight gear.
Yeah.
If you're stuck somewhere, you lose all your other baggage and stuff like that, and you could be in a position likewise. If you're caught up in some sort of event, then in the aftermath, all you've got left is either what's on your body or what you brought with you, and that's it.
In Argentina, I had a sleeping bag. I grabbed the sleeping bag from the vehicle. I thought, well, that's what I really need, a sleeping bag.
Yeah, back in the day when my kids were born, back in the 90s.
Hey, Chef.
Hey. What's up, Alan? Hey, Daryl.
How you doing?
Hey.
Pretty good. So back in the 90s, we took our kids down to Florida from up here in the Maryland area. And we all knew back then, yeah, all our kids carried their own backpack with at least one night's worth of clothing in the bag, not what they were wearing. And we lost our luggage got lost. I mean, it wound up on the wrong friggin' plane, so they brought it to us all the way down in the Keys. But we had enough stuff to get us through, you know, for one night with clothing and just the basic supplies. We were going to go to the store and buy food anyway.
Where did you get that idea from? Was it something you've always done? Or?
Yeah, it was from basically my dad, who worked for a telecommunications company way back in the day. He always did that because the first time he didn't do it, his luggage got lost, and he literally had to wear the same suit, tie, underpants, everything for 3 days straight.
Yeah,
because everything got lost. He's like, just carry an extra day just in case, because there are airlines. They're not, they're dumb. So we did that, and it worked the very first time we went. It happened. So then we got really smart. I would ship clothing, all our scuba gear, snorkel gear, and all just random stuff that was not perishable. We'd put it in boxes and ship it to the post office down in the Keys as general delivery. And I'd call them up and tell them what's coming. They'd be like, no problem. When are you coming in? I'm like, I'll be there in about a week. I'm shipping it now because it takes about 5 days to get there. And as soon as it got there, they'd call me and say, your stuff's here. I'm like, wow, that was 2 days. Well, do you mind sitting on it? Because I'll be there. And I would just roll in the rental car and show my ID. And we had everything we needed. We didn't even take luggage anymore. We just took our day packs or whatever, and we shipped everything down. Because if it got lost on the way there, I had time to repack it and bring it with if I had to. So we got pretty smart in terms of travel. I don't travel anymore. I can't stand airports, airlines. I'm listening to all the stories. I'm like, y'all are just reaffirming why I don't travel anymore unless it's in my car.
Yeah, it's true. You'd have with your baggage, you'd have a backpack as well. I always have a backpack. I took my bug out bag to Cyprus a couple of times, and I actually used it, did a bit of stealth camping, which was cool. Tested out my bug out bag. Obviously, I couldn't take certain things on an aeroplane from London, but I took the bulk of my bug out bag just to test it out. But yeah, having a backpack, people tend to have that, the basics, toothbrush, a little bit of water, some snacks, first aid. But you're right as well. Traveling these days is not like it used to be. It was exciting before, but now it's like you don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I don't want to sort of put a downer on anybody traveling.
Sorry, I had to walk away there for a minute. I missed everything. My dog, I'm basically prepping out 40 pounds of chicken wings I got really, really cheap, and I still had 10 pounds to go. And my dog popped the cooler open and stole a wing out of there. My wife comes running out going, your dog's eating chicken.
It becomes your dog now.
No, it was my, yeah, it's always been my, when he does bad things, it's my dog. When he's sick, it's her dog. Yep. There you go. Except mine's black.
There's definitely something to be said about learning how to travel very light. I remember for a long time, I was very proud of the fact I could pretty much live out of a hold all for an almost indefinite period of time as well. You know, you just need enough clothes to be able to wash one set in a sink and wear another one and so on. And there's some places, when I first went to Thailand, I didn't even take much clothes with me because I knew they were so cheap there. I would just buy them when I got there. I didn't bother with t-shirts and things. I just got them when I was there. Another kind of travel I spend a lot doing is motorcycle travel. So I travel around Europe. Last year I traveled Route 66 in the United States, the whole thing.
Oh,
and
lovely.
That really hones in. You have to take as little as possible and as light as possible, you know, just for the pure practicality of traveling on a motorcycle. And you really don't need a lot of stuff, really. If you're just talking about, if you're, you know, by yourself, that is. You really just need the absolute basics. And if you've got that mentality, that mindset, then you realize that the kind of people who have 10 suitcases when they're spending 3 days on a beach in Spain, you know, that's a level of unpreparedness. Those are the kind of people who rush out and buy toilet paper in a pandemic.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah, I remember that.
You know, it's because they just don't know any better. They believe that their necessity is clothing, or they believe that they need excessive amounts of food or excessive amounts of toiletries or something. And you really don't. You know,
No,
you really just need decent footwear, a means of cover, something to keep you warm or out of the rain, out of the elements.
Toothbrush.
And some basic hygiene stuff, but very basic, that you can kind of get by just about anywhere. If you've got a little bit of cash, you can basically do anything, you know. I spent nearly 3 weeks traveling on that motorcycle across the US, and, you know, we just parked up in places and, you know, got dodgy motels and did a little bit of wild camping. It was a fantastic experience. But, you know, our preparation was really just, let's make sure everything we possibly need is on our person. You know, we couldn't take a suitcase or anything with us, so that's just what we did.
Yeah, and this is exactly what happened with me. I learned over the years how to take a lot less stuff with me. What is really important. And yes, like you said, you could get stuff on the other side as well. Even simple things like toiletries, you don't necessarily have to take them with you.
and especially nowadays where before a few years back you didn't have to pay so much for luggage, but now they're charging you for everything. You've got, like everything else, you get less, but you're getting charged more.
Yeah, shrinkflation.
Yeah.
You used to get
Definitely.
4 Mars bars. Used to get 4 Mars bars for £1. Now you get 3 Mars bars for $1.50. I mean, come on, it's out of order.
The Mars bars now are like fun size compared to what they were.
Exactly, they're ridiculous. A joke.
Oh, they did that in America. The little 2-pack of Reese's peanut butter cups used to be like 99 cents back maybe 10 years ago, and then it was like, okay, it's $1.49. You buy 2, it's $2.50 or something. Now a 2-pack, it's like $4.
Whoa.
Like, yeah, no, I don't need candy, but every now and then it's like I just want one. It's like, no, I'm not willing to pay for that much for 2 little things of chocolate and peanut butter for something I just sort of want. I'll go buy an apple cheaper. I can get a dozen apples cheaper.
Yeah, it's ridiculous now.
The companies get to say that they've cut the sugar in half because they've just cut the product in half.
That's right. The product in half, 50% sugar than what we used to put in there.
Right, I've got to disappear. I've got something on tomorrow morning. I've got to get ready for it. So
Okay, no problem.
depart. And I'll probably catch you all next week.
Take
See
care,
you later,
PV.
Alan. See you later, Daryl. And
Good speaking
Mark.
to you.
No
See you later.
worries. See you later,
Have a
Shadow.
good-
Catch you in a bit.
Good night. God
Take
bless.
care, PV.
I can't believe I wasn't one of the first ones up here today, but my wife is home this weekend, which is a first in like 10 years. And she's trying to do her calm down thing from nursing all week. And I'm just trying to leave her alone by picking the beans in my garden and just chopping up chicken wings and bagging them up and freezing them and trying to stay out of her way. So I couldn't do that right away. I'm like, you know what? I'll just tell Shadow I'll be a little late.
Yeah. See, my appetite is not under shrinkflation.
See, Bob left, the jokes come out, so I'll just keep firing them over and over again.
I think
I'm amazed you're getting Wi-Fi out there.
What's that, Alan?
I was just taking a look. The Wi-Fi signal for you being outdoors must be fantastic there.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I'm good. I got literally. I mean, my router is only like 30 feet away. I'm on the deck outside, although it is. Let's see, 53 Celsius out here right now.
wow.
So it's a little tepid, but I got the fans blowing on me in case you hear that background wind noise. That's my fan blowing.
Yeah.
So as I sweat, it cools me off.
50 degrees Celsius. Oh
Yeah, it's
my.
90.
Yeah,
You sure? Are you sure it's 53 Celsius?
Oh wait a minute. I'm sorry. 33. I'm okay. I don't have my glasses.
33. I was going to say 53. Like you'd be you'd be sort of dying.
Yeah, that's a 100 and stupid degrees there. Yeah, no, it's like 96 here. I was trying to be nice. Everybody else is in Europe over there, so I'm like, okay, let me use Celsius and metric system. I'm getting better at it.
But
I tell
apparently
you what,
there's going to be like hitting the 40s over here. I heard 40 Celsius on Monday.
yeah,
Yeah,
there's
that's
a heat
that's
wave in the UK. I like how they're also reporting it as a heat wave in Scotland because we're going to get an absolutely balmy 21 degrees. I don't know how I'm going to survive.
Yeah, I love how 5 years ago they show the weather maps in Europe with like just the different colors, and then the red is like, I don't know, I guess 35 or 40 Celsius is red and everything else is yellows and greens. Now, if it's 35 degrees Celsius, it's like purple. It's a heat wave. We're all going to die. It's like, no, you just keep changing the freaking colors around to make it look worse than what it is.
I
Yeah, I suppose we're talking about travel a little bit as well. That's another thing that people don't tend to prepare too much for is the
Yeah.
shock of the weather whether it be high temperatures or cold temperatures. I'm aware of people going to Greece, and they're completely unprepared for the fact that the temperatures, even at night in Greece, can be far warmer than they are in the UK. So you can't,
True.
have 10 pints and then go for a 10-mile hike and expect to, perform the same. And a lot of tourists, especially younger tourists, fall into that trap when they go to places like Spain in the summer or Turkey and places like that.
Yeah, that happened to us in, what was it, 83? My dad's company let him take the whole family to Hawaii, and it was March, so it was freezing. It was like 0 here, and we all get on the airplane with our coats and our long pants on and that, and we get off in Hawaii. It was like a somebody opened the oven door and just knocked you over.
Yeah.
We're instantly sweating because it was like 90 there, or whatever temperature it is here now, I guess 35 Celsius. We got off the plane, and then, of course, we get back on the plane. We're all wearing shorts and T-shirts. We get off the plane, and there's 12 inches of snow on the ground. We're like, we're going to be a little chilly here getting back to the car in the parking lot, so run.
Yeah, that's happened to me. I've experienced that going from London to Greece, London being cold, coming out of the aeroplane in Greece is really, really hot. And then the same going back, coming from a really hot holiday in Greece for months, and then coming back to London, it was freezing cold. But I was always prepared. I knew the weather on both sides, so I was kind of prepared. You just do a little bit of research before you go anywhere.
Get it?
Yeah, research is always nice to do, especially if you're going to long travel to another country, especially if it's a hot one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, part of the fun of doing the motorcycle type travel, of like especially the long distance stuff in Europe or the US, was you have different environments as you go. So, in the US last year, it was in May time I went there. There was over 3,000 miles of a trek. So you're going literally from city, urban type environments through deserts and all this kind of thing. One thing that actually caught me out, which I didn't really realize, I'm a big fan of Billy the Kid. Ever since I was a kid, I love the Young Gun movies and things. And I planned a detour to go to the actual place, Lincoln, where Billy the Kid, famously did all his stuff. It's in New Mexico. You can get to it off Route 66. What I didn't actually know was it's in the mountains. It's actually quite high up. And even though it's May, and to my mind, I'm thinking New Mexico, the desert, all that, it's going to be roasting hot. It was bloody freezing. Really freezing. And I had to buy stuff at the tourist gift shop to wear because I was so cold on the motorcycle driving up the mountains. I was freezing cold.
What'd you do? Did you rent a motorcycle when you got over here, Alan?
Yeah, it was me and a friend. We rented Harley Davidsons, and it was a company called Eagle Rider, so you can actually go the entire journey. And then we went east to west, so we finished up in LA, and you dropped the motorcycles off there. It was quite something.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we did a lot of detours as well. So we went to Vegas, we went to New Mexico, and places like that. But we did it almost like a survivalist type thing. I mean, you can use a motorcycle like a bug-out vehicle almost. So everything we had to survive for the almost 3 weeks that we were there was effectively on that motorcycle. Of course, we couldn't carry 3 weeks worth of food, and we wanted to try all of the American type food anyway. So, we tried probably every single fast food restaurant across the whole of the central United States.
Do a year back home to drop all that weight.
Yeah, and the portion sizes over there are incredible compared to the UK. So it was quite something.
Like in any scenario of an aftermath of a disaster, I mean, you see all the cars lined up on the highway, nobody's going anywhere. But what do you see? Motorcycles weaving in between stuff, riding in the grass because they can.
Yeah.
And they're getting out. You're stuck, and you're sitting there in your car going, "Man, I should have kept my motorcycle."
Yeah. So I have a motorcycle here as well. It's an adventure motorcycle, and I purposely got that so I could do bug out type scenarios and go off road with it and take things, in places like that. Of course, if you have a family, you're not getting more than 2 people on a motorcycle, really. So you have to bear that in mind. But it's a good type of vehicle to have.
Sidecar and a trailer. That's it.
Yeah.
This is London, 9 p.m. in the evening.
It looks warm there.
Yeah, it looks like it's still a little warm there.
It's lovely. It's probably around about 20 Celsius at the moment, maybe 22, maybe. It was more earlier on, but the sun's gone down. Yeah.
And CJ looks happy.
Yeah.
So actually, see, just because you're showing us a block of flats in London, I was wondering, is the Grange, is it the Grangemouth Tower, the one that went on fire? Is that something you have prepared for?
Come here, CJ. We've got notices up all over the block in the event of fires, what to do. So I'm aware, I'm living on the ground floor. It's easier for me to get out, come on, than it is for others.
Yeah, I don't know if Shadow and Chef Tech, if you know that story, but a couple of years ago, it was a Grenfell Tower in London, a big high-rise block of flats. It caught fire, and it was absolutely horrendous. The entire building went on fire and killed everybody in it, pretty much.
Ooh,
And
I don't think I heard about that.
Yeah, you can see videos of it online. But one of the worst things that came out of that tragedy, it was the cladding that caused it. The cladding that they put on the outside of the building, it caught fire, and then the whole thing just went up in flames. But the residents in the building,
the sides of the building were like just falling off and catching fire, and I remember, I did see that. I just didn't know where it was.
But the residents in the building were actually told to stay at home, stay in, and wait for the emergency services to come and rescue them. So they were actually encouraged to not evacuate the burning tower, the burning building, and a lot of them perished because they believed that the best thing to do was to stay in their home, because they also believed that there was fire breaks, where if one apartment was on fire, it wouldn't then reach the next one. But because the cladding was on the outside and the whole thing went up, like a burning bush, a lot of people died. And I used to live in a flat as well in Scotland, a much smaller one, however. I was also on the ground floor. It didn't have cladding. But I do remember at the time thinking, if I lived in a block of flats like that, especially in London, that would be part of my accident emergency preparation, would be to what would I do if something like that took place again? Because unbelievably, it's been quite a few years. I can't remember the exact date that happened, but they haven't resolved the problems yet. A lot of those tower blocks have still got that same cladding on them.
Cheap stuff,
Yeah.
Again, Again, it's going back to the infrastructure thing where they're just letting things, just fall apart. Potholes, certain problems. That was tragic. Those buildings were designed before they put the cladding around them. They were designed to be, if there was a fire in one flat, it would be held into that one flat. It won't spread. But because they put that cheap cladding on the outside, it spread a lot easier. So that was tragic. That was, but they use cheap materials, and they won't solve these problems because we're not, as PV said earlier, we're little people. We're cannon fodder. We're not, they don't care about us, and so we got to care about us. That's why we're preppers, because maybe we realize that, hey, no one's going to come and rescue us. We mentioned Katerina earlier in America. There was a lady was spoken to by a reporter, and she said it's been 3 days now, and no one's brought us
Yeah.
any water. No one's brought us any water, and I'm thinking, well, I mean, what do you think? A helicopter's going to come from the sky and just say, "Hey, madam, especially for you, here's some water." It's not going to happen. They're not going to
No.
come for us. They're not going to come for none of us.
Yeah,
The government-
Because
it's the
because
realization that you're on your own.
the emergency services like fire department and everything else, and the medical, they have to take care of those who cannot take care of themselves. Okay, that means those who are disabled, elders, and children. Okay, so if you are healthy, you are responsible for your own.
Yes.
You need
Yes.
to have your own food, your extra water, and extra medication if you have, and if it's possible. So you are responsible for your own. You can't, because the government will not help you. You have to take care of yourself and your family and make sure you have enough to ride that storm out. That's it.
Yeah, and there's dozens of instances where emergency services of some description just simply won't help people for whatever reason. I know in the UK, police officers aren't allowed to try and rescue somebody who's drowning, even if it's in a couple of feet of water, because health and safety prevents them from doing that.
Okay.
I remember as well. Do you remember seeing that woman who was set on fire in a New York subway?
Right. Yeah.
On a train.
Oh
And
yeah.
Yeah, there's a
Everybody
video.
just walked by and just
Yeah,
like
yeah,
looked, and the cop walked by and didn't do anything. Yeah.
yeah. An actual police officer just walked by. You could even see him trying to do some sort of crowd control while a woman was standing on fire.
Yeah.
You know, and there was places in that subway station that had fire extinguishers. Why was he not trying to throw his jacket on her, tell her to roll, look for a fire extinguisher, anything? It's like he just blanked out of it.
Other people, the amount of people that were there, it was ridiculous. But she was also disabled. She couldn't get out of that position.
Yeah.
She had an illness where
people, cops, everybody, nobody wants to get involved anymore for fear that their life is going to be ruined because they did something.
Yeah.
And that's the problem now. I mean, it's what the media has done to most of the people out there now. You know, somebody falls down, everybody whips out their cell phone to video it so they can get on TikTok.
The world full of cowards. This world is full of cowards.
Good to see you, man.
This world is full of cowards. I'm sorry.
Yep.
And
Thanks, Bob.
it's got to the point where, you know, the system, they just thought, right, oh, look, we'll just scare them a little bit. You know, of course, they feed off it. Well, people think, well, what do you mean they feed off it? Well, this is how they make their living. You know, wars, arms deals, you know, lucrative jobs. 1 minute a guy's a little 50 grand a year politician. Next minute he's a CEO of some major arms corporation, getting, you know, 500 grand a year, 5 million
welcome
a
to
year.
America. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, he don't care about the next man. He don't care what his actions are affecting anybody else, as long as he's getting his money, as long as he's taking his wife out to a nice fancy restaurant. And like he's getting a little write up in a newspaper or whatever you, and you know his mates think it's great because he got promotion, but you know, we're dealing with people today. This world is a Titanic. We've got Titanic syndrome. It's everybody for themselves, and you know people going on about nationalism and all this. It's all nonsense because at the end of the day, people are trying to survive in their own house, in their own little story, let alone their nation.
Yeah, that's why I always bring it back down to try and control the things you can control.
Yeah,
you know, you can't control
Keep
governments, you can't control wars, you can't control, you know, what Vladimir Putin's going to do next.
Yeah,
what you can,
your environment.
Yeah, control your surroundings, control yourself personally first. What are your primary needs, And if an emergency happens, what do you need in that situation?
Yeah,
And then you
yeah.
extend that to the next person, which is probably your child or an elderly relative, and then, you know, a wife or a husband or whatever after that. And then you can extend that further out, further afield to your neighbors or your friends or your family or whatever. But it has to always start with yourself. And it really has to begin with the things that you can genuinely control. You know, you can control where you travel to on holiday, but you can't control, you know, if you go to Turkey for a week's break and then a military coup takes place. But you have to be of the mindset, well, I don't know what's going on here, but what I do know how to do is get the hell out of here. And I've got a plan for that because I know where the airport is. I know where the taxi service is. I know what the emergency service number is. I know how I'm going to get from this hotel to that airport. And I know what I'm going to do when I get there to get the hell out of here. And I've got enough money by in order to do that. And that's just about forward planning, a little bit of forward thinking about the what ifs, not specific what ifs, because then you get bogged down into the, well, I'm going to prepare for this thing. I'm going to prepare for a military coup. And you start thinking about all the things you would need in a military coup. And then an earthquake happens or something else, zombies attack, you know, it's something you've not prepared for.
You
So it
lose all
has to
your
be broad.
you lose all your luggage.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it comes back to the conversation we had originally. I mean, what are the
Yep.
things that are most likely to cause you, you know, when you're abroad, you're going to be, it's illness, crime, and the loss of possessions. Those are the three things that you're
Yep.
going to have the biggest problems with. So prepare for those things. Or being ripped off, you know, like your bank card gets stolen or your details. If you suddenly get locked out of your mobile phone banking app, do you have a way of getting money out? Do you have the phone number for your bank? What happens if you lose your mobile phone? What happens if you lose your passport? I've lost my passport abroad before. It's a pain in the arse. You have to jump through a lot of hoops, you know. I was in France when I lost my passport, and it took me best part of a day and a half to get an emergency passport to come back to the UK. I would have been quicker jumping on a rubber dinghy and going across the channel.
Came back with the Albanians. Yeah, it's a very different climate today. It's like you know, when people used to go on holiday to a beach, they didn't often see rubber dinghies pulling up and like 50 guys jumping off it and throwing away life jackets and leaving the boat and then running sort of towards the village. But these
Yeah.
days, you go on holiday and you're more likely to see that kind of stuff. You know, back in the day, you wouldn't see that kind of stuff, but now you do on these lovely little islands in Greece. You could be on a lovely picturesque island in Greece. You're just sunbathing there with your family, whatever, and then all of a sudden, this really gigantic dinghy pulls up. 50 people jump off it. You're like, oh, really idyllic.
Yeah. But I mean, you've got to, I mean, this is probably a topic for another day, but you've got to ask yourself that if you were in a particularly bad situation where you were having to bug out, would you not be in the same position? You know, there are different reasons why people are, you know, crossing the channel to get into the UK, or they're going to Greece or these kind of places. But at the end of the day, you know, if something really horrendous was happening in the UK, an asteroid was hurtling towards me or something, I would want to do everything possible to get off this island and maybe get to somewhere like France where it was safer. You know,
Well, yeah, we could get to France and then get caught up in some kind of civil stuff, civil unrest. You might think it's safer over there, and then, you know, I mean, guaranteeing safety is very difficult. I, I've kind of developed this numbness of, well, we don't know what's going to happen. Like you said, there's so many sort of things that can happen, and not only you've said before as well, what particular gear can we take as well? So it's not, you know, what gear can we have, or what place can we go to? It's not easy.
yeah, it's about focusing on the skills, the particular mindset that you have to have in order to adapt to whatever it is that you think's likely to happen.
I think
You know,
the letting go has to start from now. We're going to have to let go of all that ATM stuff. I mean, people really think that we're going to rebuild after what's coming. I'm of the other side where people think, I think it's going to get so bad that we're never going to get back to what we was like. You know, so um, you know, I'm kind of getting used to not having this stuff. Like, you know, people depend on electricity so much, gas. They depend on it so much. The local shop. Some people haven't got enough food.
Yeah, I mean, there's part of my preparations generally is based on what people used to do in the past. When it comes to things like power management and things like that, I hear a lot, especially in the prepper community, about power being so vital to us. It literally connects everything we do in life. And without electricity, all of humanity suddenly is going to perish for some reason. Now, the UK wasn't even connected to a national grid until the 50s or the 60s or something ridiculous like that, I think, properly.
Oh, wow.
You know, there was electricity, of course, but it wasn't a national grid. And, for most of human history, we haven't had electricity.
Exactly.
You only have to watch sort of Little House on the Prairie type stuff to see people got by just fine without electricity. It's what harms people is the suddenness of it. So if you suddenly went from having every possible amenity at hand, like a fridge, freezer, and a mobile phone and a television and electric lights and a toilet that flushes all the time because it's got a pumping station somewhere, and then one day you wake up and you're in the Stone Age practically because there's no electricity, you're not going to die, but you have to adapt to that.
I think
And we're certainly in a time where we're going to have prolonged periods of things like power outages. I don't believe we're ever going to have like some worldwide EMP where we're all going to be blacked out. But I think we will have periods where for 3 or 4 days or longer, we will have no power or no access to ATMs.
We don't know if there was loads of nukes, loads of natural disasters, meteors, everything's happening. We can't cope. We can't just send rescuers over from all countries to go and help this earthquake place. It's not coming back. Was it Einstein who said it? The Fourth World War was going to be fought with sticks and stones.
Yeah, I think he said something like he didn't know. I don't remember the exact quote. He doesn't know how the Third World War will end, but he knows the Fourth World War will be fought with sticks and stones. Sort of alluding,
something like that,
alluding to the fact that we'd all be in the Stone Age. I've always been very skeptical of the idea that you can prepare for something like that, because again, it's massively out of our control.
Well,
where I live in the UK, I'm almost guaranteed to be in one of those target zones. So in all probability, I'll die anyway.
Well, you don't know.
Yeah, I still prepare in such a way that if something like that was to occur, and I found myself still alive for some reason, but the whole of society around me was falling apart, I do have things in place that could allow me to survive. But the most important thing is I've got a particular set of skills and knowledge that will allow me to go from day to day, just living and allowing the people close to me to live as well. There's some things that are out of my control, though. If I've got a severe medical problem or something, or if I'm badly burned or something like this, no amount of first aid knowledge is going to help me with something like that. Or if I need antibiotics and I have no antibiotics left. So you have to be realistic about what you can and can't prepare for. But I don't really see a great value in being particularly doom and gloom about it. The idea that a nuclear war, for example, will then trigger a nuclear winter and that's not survivable. Well, you may as well then just not bother with it. Focus on something else. Focus on the things that are likely to happen based on what's previously happened in the past few years. That's my view with that kind of thing anyway. I think we've probably touched on just about every natural disaster that can happen.
Yeah. Almost, anyway.
Economic disaster, a collapse is something that's not really been touched on.
Economic collapse, that is something that really can happen. actually. And when that happens, if it's in your own country or globally, because if that happens globally, we are in deep shit, basically. That will be really a huge problem.
Well, this is what they're firing up to do. This is what they're up to. This is why they got in Iran. This is why they plan all these wars, all these things going on. It's all to bring in this new monetary system, the new AI. It's very clever. These people are very clever. They just put, you have to bring out an event. So if you want, like for example, after 9/11, they brought out what you call the Patriot Act. So they need something to happen. So they can
Hey,
change.
it's good to see you.
They start changing laws. If Chef was on here, tell me to. Oh, he's still here. Are you here, Chef? No,
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just cutting chicken up.
he's there cutting the chicken.
Yeah. Slice and dice.
Yeah, of course
Yeah,
we're going to be the least informed. The people always the least informed as to what's going on, really, and that's where we really got to depend on ourselves and our skills, and the knowledge, and just try and be as prepared as we can, and also be prepared to let go. I mean, some people had no choice but to let go everything. There was people in Ukraine. 1 minute they've got their house, their garden, their little garden accessories. Next minute they've got nothing. They've had to leave with what they were wearing. I think you said earlier that someone was caught out in a situation where and all they had was a suit on. So,
yeah, but I think if you have the mindset to begin with that really all you really need is what you need to get by in that day. So it's always been my concern about the prepping aspect of survivalism, and prepping is, to quote a great movie, Fight Club, the things you own can end up owning you. So if you have a well-stocked house or a well-stocked basement full of 2 years worth of food and preps and medical gear and everything else, and then a conflict like what took place in Ukraine happens, you're going to be very, very reluctant to bug out of there or leave there. You'll hold on right till the very last minute because you don't want to leave your life's preps behind, because that's the thing that you've built up over a period of time, and the belief that that's what will sustain you through just about anything.
it's true.
Not to mention the cost of it. You might have spent most of your only savings on that kind of stuff. Whereas if you're of the mindset where, to hell with it, all I need's, a hold all and a passport, you're far more flexible and you're far more easily able to move between emergency situations and stuff. Now, I appreciate that's not really something everybody can do, especially when you become grounded, with a family. You've got children and things like that. You can't just up sticks and leave, because you have to have somewhere to leave to. And they're sure as hell not going to go living in the woods in a tent. So you're going to have to stick it out a little bit in order to see what's going on. But at some point you do probably have to, bug out in some of those situations or face the consequences. I follow the Ukraine thing relatively closely, and it was amazing how many people in the eastern part of Ukraine didn't leave. They just stayed there on the belief. They just believed it wouldn't happen. The Russians are never going to come here. They're our brothers. This isn't going to happen. Or if they do, they'll be held back, or the Americans are going to help us, or the Europeans are going to help us, or the British are going to help us. Somebody's going to come and save us.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it doesn't happen, and they get occupied, and who knows what happens after that. So it's about being self-aware. I used, looking at world history in the Second World War, it always amazed me when I heard stories about entire Jewish families being rounded up by the Nazis, but they knew they were coming. They knew that the Nazis were getting closer and closer and closer, and yet families stayed put in a lot of cases. And I used to always think, well, why the hell would they do that? Why wouldn't they just bug out? Why wouldn't they leave? Why wouldn't they leave Germany? It even happened in Germany. It's because they have the mindset that it just couldn't possibly happen. They didn't believe it, or they just thought that, that's nothing to do with me. You know, I'll just leave the politicians to argue that thing out. It's out of my control because they weren't being proactive about thinking about the possibility of what could happen. And if it's happened in the past, it'll happen in the future. Everything that will happen, you know, everything that's happened in the past is likely to happen in the future, in my opinion. Whether that be world wars, natural disasters, all those kind of things.
Nothing new
Yeah,
under
I
the
agree.
sun. There's nothing new under the sun. Yeah. Yeah, it's the basic stuff. When I grabbed what I grabbed from the car in Argentina, I just grabbed a sleeping bag, and I thought to myself, well, what am I going to need to get through a night? And for me, it was so basic. It was a sleeping bag. As long as I had my toothbrush, and all right, it was a good thing I had some cash, had my wallet, my credit card, and you know, I was able to get a coach. But I did spend a night out in Argentina in the middle of nowhere, and I did see an eye of a storm, and it was incredible. And yeah, keeping it basic, basically. Shadow, what do you prefer, sleeping bag or some kind of blanket?
Actually, I prefer a sleeping bag. That is what I always have used since I was a kid. So I'm used to that.
Alan?
Yeah, I've always preferred sleeping bags as well. The mummy type sleeping bags. That being said, I do a lot of hammock camping, and a quilt is actually more practical for a hammock than a sleeping bag. You know, just to pull over you, because I don't know if you've ever tried to get into a mummy sleeping bag in a hammock, but it's not elegant. It's, you know, you're jumping around and you're trying to pull it on. It's a bloody nightmare.
Yeah, when I was in Argentina, I had the mummy sleeping bag, and I remember I said to myself, it was night time. I wasn't going to get picked up by my girlfriend and her dad, and I thought I'm just going to keep walking until I can't walk no more. And I was totally exhausted, and I just picked a spot on the side of the road, well, off the road. You don't want to be too close to the road, just in case a vehicle veers off and runs you over. So I was off the road in the mummy bag, just closed up the top, fell asleep. It was lovely. It was lovely.
See, Alan, oh, hold on one second.
You know, if you can get the chance now, get your whatever you've got, some of your kit, practice with it, use it. Some of your emergency stuff at home. It's all good having the stuff, like you said earlier as well. You know, you've got all this stuff, and it's hard to know exactly what you need. But you know, and just be careful you don't get caught up with having too much stuff, and that's easy. But using some of it's good, like or even simple things like oil lanterns. Like I'm sure the people in the USA that have had trouble with hurricanes and stuff like that and floods, you know, they have the basic. You ever used those oil lanterns, Alan or Shadow
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
or Chef?
we call them hurricane lamps over here. That's what I
Yeah.
was brought up with that. That's what it was called. It was just a glass lantern that took kerosene.
That's it.
We
I've
had them all
never
Yeah.
actually used one. I've seen them. I've never had
Yeah,
never had
I got
one.
a couple out of my cabin. They're metal. I bought them at one of my local stores. They're small,
Yeah.
but one of these little, it only holds like 100 milliliters of lamp oil. That sucker went all night long. I mean, I just let it go hanging off my
Brilliant.
porch, and it kept going all night. So,
And they've got carry handles on them as well. You can
Yep.
you can hang them up. They're fantastic. I've got a couple. I've got a couple of those. Very good.
yeah. I was gonna say,
They just-
Alan, you're doing it all wrong, Alan, because I spent 6 weeks in summer camp, 2 years in a row, sleeping in a mummy bag in a hammock. You get really good at getting in. I would put my mummy bag on like I was getting dressed and then get in the hammock. And it was one of those little tiny net backpacker hammocks. So you really, and then when I got in, I had a piece of rope. I would string myself in like a cocoon so I didn't fall out in the middle of the night and land 3 feet on the rocks.
You see, there's so many ticks in Scotland that I never touched the floor. So the
Oh,
trick is to try and do everything well, not touching the floor.
True.
The last place you want to tick is in your sleeping bag or in your hammock, you know. So
Oh yeah.
that's always been the trick for me. I suppose when it comes to talking about kit, like even things like, you know, sleeping bags or quilts or things like that, you can have a variety of items based on whether you're able to carry them or not as well,
Yeah,
especially for being prepared for emergencies and things. Wool blankets are probably the best sleeping system you can have in terms of they keep a long time, they're incredibly warm, they're resistant to moisture, they have antibacterial properties, they're cheap, they're great, they're fantastic, but they're heavy as hell, you know.
But
So
when they're wet.
yeah, when they get wet, they're really heavy. But you could have a wool blanket in your car because that's a good place to have it. Probably not a bug out bag, but you would keep something like that in your car. If you're having
Yeah.
a sleeping bag of some description or a quilt, should it be synthetic or should it be down? Should it be a winter sleeping bag? Should it be a summer sleeping bag? I would always err on the side of, well, take a winter sleeping bag because, you know, if you get caught out in the summer with a winter sleeping bag, it's no big deal. You just unzip it and sleep on top of it. But, you know, the other way around, you don't want to be caught out in the winter with a summer sleeping bag.
No,
and I would always caution people against down sleeping bags, which are very popular in camping, you know, the camping YouTube channels and things, especially in the UK, which I've never understood because the humidity levels in the UK don't support having down sleeping bags. Moisture is introduced to down sleeping bags not from external rivers or rain, which is what I think people imagine when they say try not to get it wet. No, the moisture's coming from you. And because the humidity levels are so high in the UK at certain times of the year, over time, all you're doing is putting moisture into that sleeping bag and it loses its thermal properties. So I would always go for synthetic. All my sleeping bags are synthetic. Right. I have had a down sleeping bag before, but I would only use that in very specific cases, you know, countries where it was very cold and very dry, you know, or if I was mountaineering and I knew I was only going to be away for a couple of days and had bivy bags and things like that with me as well. But, you know, military style mummy sleeping bags or some sort of quilt, you can't really go wrong with that. And the good thing about a quilt over a mummy sleeping bag is if you have family with you, it's far easier to get 2 or 3 people into a quilt than it is, you know, unzipping a mummy bag, which sometimes only have half zips and stuff.
Yeah, because we like in the topic, in the aftermath of disaster, what to do. You know, obviously, there's going to be a point where you've done what you can for the evening. You know, you're going to have to bed down. You know, so we've already been talking about sleeping bags. You know, and you know, start evaluating. Maybe okay, this has happened, that's happened. What? You know. We've come to the end of the evening. We need to bed down now. Maybe we've had some water. We've got something to kip in. You know, start making. It dependent on your area, dependent on what kind of, you know, what's happened, what disasters happened. You know, what to do. You know, it's a very, very powerful question. It depends on the situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's highly dependent on the situation. But I think broadly you can prepare for most of those kind of things, you know, even just the simple things like earlier on when we were talking about flooding, you know, if you think there's a high likelihood, or even if there was any likelihood that your house is going to be flooded by water, you know, for a few feet, make sure all of your bedding and stuff like that's upstairs if you have 2 levels to your house, you know, or if you don't have 2 levels to your house, make sure you've got some fantastically good dry bags to put that stuff in. You know, the canoe type rubberized dry bags where you stuff your sleeping bags in there and you prepare for the fact that you might end up getting washed out or something like that, you know. Or better yet, just bug out to higher ground and you know, book a hotel or do some camping or stay with relatives or something, and one person stay behind and try and defend the homestead. That's probably what I would do if I don't live in an area prone to flooding, but if I did, where my house regularly became flooded every couple of years, I would have it in such a way that I would tell, you know, the wife and the kids, okay, you go to your parents for the weekend while the rain is forecast, and I'm going to stay here with the sandbags and the sleeping bag upstairs and fight the water. You know, that's the way I would do it. I think wildfires are a little bit different, though. It's a little bit of different preparation needs to take place for that.
Sorry, I'm not talking much right now. I'm bagging up chicken, and my hands are full of chicken juice.
No worries. You have to take care of the chicken. They don't pack themselves.
I would be quite interested, though, Shadow Scout, in your specific area where you are right now, what is the number one emergency scenario that's likely to take place, and what prep have you got for that? What is the thing that's most likely to happen where you are specifically?
Well, in my area,
Yeah.
I have a lot of forest around me. So wildfires, it happens. So that is one thing. And then we have the main road, E4, go through straight through the city, basically, from south to north. And we have also, and there is a lot of heavy transports of chemicals that is not good, that can create really nasty things. So if an accident happens there and the wind is right, we will have serious problems.
Yeah,
So,
same for me. I actually live right beside an oil refinery. So I live quite close to, you know, a large oil refinery, and it's a chemical refinery as well. So everything you can make out of petroleum, they make their plastics and all this kind of stuff. And, you know, there's always the possibility that could blow up or catch fire or be attacked by terrorists or something like that. And then wind direction becomes a real issue with that.
yeah.
Weather's not so much of an issue apart from minor damage. Last year we had some quite high winds and it caused some damage to my roof, but my fence. But I don't really expect it to ever be anything bigger than that from a wind point of view. Flooding's not an issue. Wildfires aren't an issue. Although that isn't to say that next door couldn't potentially catch fire. So you could have the best fire preparation or prevention in your household. You have to remember that you have a next door neighbor, possibly. You know, it's different for different people, but I live in a block of floor. So I live in an end. I live in an end house, and then there's two houses in the middle, and then there's another one at the end. Now, something that's happened a couple of times in the UK this year alone is gas explosions, where the whole house blows up. You know, that could happen next door, and then I would be in a situation where I have to, you know, bug out of my house because next door's caught fire or blew up or something like that. So something to think about as well, I think.
That is a problem, especially if your homes are reliable on gas. That can go terribly wrong, and it happened before, and it will happen again.
Yeah, that's it. If it happened before, it'll definitely happen again. You know,
and the problem is you never know when that will happen either.
Yeah.
And this is a big funny thing you should say. The other day I watched a video about England, the UK, having lots of earthquakes, but very small ones. But there's ancient fault lines. Now, a lot of times on the planet where there's activity, seismic activities, where it's like the edges of continents, not so much. England's kind of like on a plate.
Hey, Susan,
it's not on the edge of a plate. It's on a sort of middle of a plate. But there are sort of ancient dead. They're like sort of dead sort of fault lines, which
Hey,
can
Camden King, good to
they
see
can
you.
react. And like Swedish just said, you don't know when these things can come back. Like when you hear things like dead rivers, dead volcanoes, you know, and I'd put that in on your list of things to remember as well. You know, for me, there ain't no such thing as dead anything. You know, if there's a possibility of it happening, then just stay away if you can.
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, I was surprised, even here in Sweden, where we have also earthquakes in my area, in my county. I didn't believe that. Hey, we don't have earthquakes here. And when I heard it a couple of years ago,
Yeah,
I
me
was,
too.
huh? That's not possible. That must be something wrong. We don't have that here. And obviously, we have. But they are so small, so they don't do any damage or anything like that.
We have
Yeah.
had some big ones in the UK. We have had some big ones.
Hey,
Very
Nelly on the
few,
land, good to
but I
see
think
you.
like in the 9th century, there was a massive one in the UK. There was one in London, the London earthquake, and 17th century. Um, it's been a few, but again, ancient fault lines that can be, if there's enough sort of tension from south and the north, somehow it kind of reactivate. That's why we have these little earthquakes in England because of that. I mean, I'm not no expert on earthquake and seismic stuff, but I mean, PV knows more about it. He looks at stuff like solar flares and what have you. But
Yeah.
like
I think
in
one
Scotland, you guys got Edinburgh. You guys got a vault. Is that on a dead volcano?
yeah.
Edinburgh
Ed,
Castle.
Edinburgh Castle is actually built on top of an extinct volcano. It's actually halved. There's a very prominent looking like rocky hill next to Edinburgh Castle as well called Arthur's Seat.
Wow.
And that's actually the inside of a long extinct volcano. There are quite a few extinct volcanoes around the UK. I remember watching a thing a while ago actually talking about super volcanoes. Everybody knows about the super volcano in
Oh, yeah.
Yellowstone. But there are actually possibly super volcanoes around the world that nobody knows about.
Yeah.
They're under there. They could be anywhere. They could
Yep.
be under the UK. They could be under somewhere in Europe, etc.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I say though, things like that. I mean, it's not really. I really don't see a huge point of trying to prepare for something like a hidden super volcano, because it happens. It happens. It's kind of like throwing a dart at a world map. There are some things like you mentioned, solar flares. I mean, the benefit of things like that is we have some early warning of something like that going to take place. Solar activity is monitored, so if there was going to be a particularly large flare, the hope would be that that information would come back down to us. I know that Chef Tech, where he's talking about living on the east coast of the United States, there's this doomsday scenario where I think it's in the Canary Islands. There's a volcano that can take place there that causes a massive landslide, and that in turn causes a huge tidal wave, which will actually go all the way to the east coast of the United States. And there's some serious cities on the east coast of the United States, Miami and places like that. And should people be concerned about that? Well, they would at least get some warning, because the earthquake would take place and you would have, I don't know how long it takes for it to happen, but it's probably over an hour, before it then struck. But would I go to any
That's
great
about
lengths?
2-3 hours if there's a massive mid-Atlantic ridge slide. If it's a mid-Atlantic, we're screwed. I mean, it's going to take out the whole East Coast and half of Europe and Africa coast. So
things like that, to be honest, I don't really see a point of overly preparing for or overly thinking about, because
you're either at sea level or up to about 500 feet. You're done. I'm 40 miles, 50 miles inland at 1,400 feet. I'm good. I might have waterfront property, but I'm good.
Yep, you've got protection there. The dog's got your back.
or the front of the house. Oh, it's got the back now. It's fast, dog. Got around the back really quick.
What about in London? What's the most likely thing that you think that you're going to have to prepare for down there, disaster wise? I mean, you have multiple problems down there because it's such a large urban area. Everything from crime to civil unrest to power issues. It's obviously a tactical strike area, or it's a terrorism threat. All sorts of things going on in London.
Well, I've actually been involved in a few sort of events that happened. Bishopsgate bombing. I was actually late for work one morning. Usually, I'm outside the place of work, which was around the corner from the place where the bomb went off. If I was there on time, I would have been dead, because this bomb was so massive that it caused so much windows to shatter. My shop front of the shop was blown to the back of the shop. The fire door was blown to the basement. My other friend who was at work that morning was getting a cup of tea and a sandwich from the cafe on the corner. The ceiling fell on his head, and the other guy was trapped in the shop. And like I said, if I was on time, I would have been outside the shop with a cup of tea. That's what I usually did on the morning. Have a cup of tea next to the vehicle, and the bomb would have gone off, and I would have been dead. That was in Bishopsgate. That happened in London. Another time there was a bomb, 7/7, which was up the road from me. They set off a bomb on a bus, and that was sometimes I used to ride past that place on a push bike. Also, we've had Warren Street Underground Station. There was a bomb put in there, which is just down the road from me. So I live in a place where, yeah, it could be. It has been hit by a terrorist. You know, IRA bombing was the Bishopsgate one. 7/7 was something else. Yeah, potential civil unrest as well. Living in the city, you see that, year after year, people are not happy. And the crime has gone stupid, and also the rubbish, littering, vandalism. It just, a lot of things just aren't seem to be getting sorted out, and
Yeah.
It's not getting better. I mean, we hear of more demonstrations. Where I live, we always get the sort of trail end of the people going home, and sometimes it's really comical, because you could be standing on the road, and the road you're standing on one side of the road you've got protesters for one side, the stragglers, and then on the other side of the road you've got like a few stragglers going home from the main protest, and they've got their flags, and they're still sort of swearing at each other from across the road. So it gets kind of from really seriously kind of dangerous to comical. Hello, what's Chef got there then? Does that look like someone's face? Or is that a chicken?
What are you talking? Oh, what are you that far behind? I'm like literally running my where is it? My camera. I'm running my chamber sealer, which is better than a vacuum sealer. I mean, this is what they use in commercial grade, and I'm just packing up all my chicken here, getting all the air out of it, throw it back in the freezer.
Yeah, so London is definitely a dangerous place to live in if you're not careful. From silly crime like phone theft, watch theft is a big one. Recent, I'm sure you've heard about that, Alan, where you got these Rolex gangs, But then there was a big crackdown by the police. But there's also been a big crackdown by the police on these phone theft people as well.
Yeah, people on scooters, I remember.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
I think you would have to be a special kind of crazy, though, to walk around London with a Rolex on nowadays.
Well, I mean, people in they would, I think somewhere in local, like Hampstead, just up the road from me, this guy with his wife walking down the road, broad daylight in the afternoon, people around. Two guys just approached him, grabbed him, wrestled him to the ground. The wife tried to help. I don't know if you saw that story, and it was on the news, and I think there's even footage of it.
where he was, you know, being wrestled to the ground. Yeah, it's not just, yeah, why wear a £10,000 watch in, but you know, London's always been a kind of rich city. If you go into the city, you know, I'm sure there's loads of people that are wearing Rolexes. It's just what we're seeing now is a lot more opportunistic crime, where yes, there's always been sort of opportunists like criminals, but there's much more now. If you know what I mean, Alan.
Yeah, I think the thing about preparing for emergencies or preparing in general by watching the trend of what you think is the most likely thing that you need to prepare for, it's quite easy to get caught up on the belief of something though that might not actually be entirely true. For example, I just seen in the comments there somebody says that they believed in the United States the two biggest issues they think they should be preparing for is terrorism and grid down type scenarios. The grid down thing I can maybe agree with, but terrorism, I mean, how much terrorism actually takes place in the United States or even in the UK or Europe for that matter, when you take a look at the numbers? I mean, what is the chances of you dying from a terrorist attack in central London, a city of what, 12 million people, versus being hit by a car? You know, I think you're far more likely to be hit by the car than you are from one of the many terrorist attacks that have happened over the years in the city of London. As tragic as they are, and you know, places like London are prime targets. I mean, I don't know how many bombings there's been in London. I think just roughly from memory, there's been at least 4 or 5 in the past 10 years at least. But of those 4 or 5, how many people have, you know, died or been injured in those bombings? And then you take a look at, well, how many people actually live in London? You're talking about tiny fractions of people are actually at risk. What I'm getting at is, if you spent all of your time thinking about and preparing for terrorist attacks because you lived in London or you lived in Los Angeles, you probably are spending too much time preparing for something that's not likely to take place. That's not to say you shouldn't prepare for it. You absolutely should. But you should probably spend more time preparing for your building going on fire or, you know, crime or something like that, you know, in my opinion. And this is the problem with 24-hour news. We're continuously being fed the narrative that we're under attack all of the time. You know, terrorists are attacking us all the time. Or, you know, a pandemic is killing us all. Actually look at the real numbers and the real likelihood of these things taking place and prepare for it accordingly, I would say. You know, rather than getting caught up in the hysteria that's often online.
Well, here in Sweden, when I last checked, our terrorist threat level is still on 4 of 5, which 5 is the highest. So we have been there on this level 4 now for a couple of years.
I think it's quite high in the UK as well, wasn't it, last year? Especially now with this attack
Take
on
care,
this
Trent. Thanks for stopping by.
this aeroplane, this aeroplane that was sprayed with paint. Well, I would just say take each day as it comes. Take each day as it comes. Go about your usual stuff. Check your preps. Go through your stuff. Make sure it's all working. You know, practice with your gear. Make sure your kit's not too heavy if you've got one. You know, learn some stuff if you want to learn about stuff like first aid, how to forage in the wild, the basics. I mean, you know, always after certain things, it's good to learn. It's good to learn and see if there's anything that could be done better, more efficiently, and also communication is very important between your family. If you've got a plan B, if you've got a sort of a bug out location, make sure everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, communication is really important.
Having a
Yeah.
prearranged location where, for example, if the if the phones do go down and there's no way contacting your family members, oh right, we spoke to each other and we agreed if anything happens, we're going to meet in this place, or if anything happens and you can't meet at that place, we've got a backup place to meet up, just in case. And having things like paper, pens is always good to leave notes.
Yeah, like I say, I think it's important to prepare for the things that you think could happen, but not to get caught up in what you're being led to believe. I'm just very quickly had a quick look there to see what the level of deaths in the UK from terrorism has been year on year in. And the highest level of deaths that's ever occurred in the UK was in 1988. The number was 372. This was at the height of the Troubles in Northern Ireland. So there was a lot of terrorism activity going on, back in the 80s. But if you now take a look at more recently, in 2021, there was 2 deaths. In 2020, there was 3 deaths. In 2019, there was 2 deaths. In 2018, there was no deaths. So you can see where I'm going with this, that it's incredibly rare to die from terrorism in the UK. But when it does happen, in 2017, 42 people died. And I think that was the terrorist bombings in London, so it can happen. But if I was to ask the internet the same question about motor vehicle deaths, I guarantee more people than 2 died in 2021 from car accidents or crime, or a drunken night out or something like that. So it's just a cautionary tale to not over prepare for something that's not likely to be your actual thing that you should be preparing for, because you can end up into a bit of a spiral where you're overthinking and over preparing for something that's incredibly unlikely. And that takes away resources from the things that are likely to happen.
UK's it's definitely got
ACR.
It's definitely got a lot of history, the UK. And
Hey, Mr. Warren RCG, good to see you.
Of many wars, and I don't know if what they were. Was they classed as terrorists back in the day? Were the Romans terrorists when they raided England?
No,
they're not.
No, but I mean, if you take even if you look at that, if you take a look at invasion, for example, here's a prime example. It's quite common at the moment to hear on the news talk about things like Britain being invaded or attacked by the likes of Russia or Iran or some other random country. Okay, Britain hasn't been invaded for 1,000 years. There hasn't been a foreign army in Britain since 1066.
Yeah,
and we allowed them in because we wanted regime change.
William the Conqueror.
Yeah. So, is it practical to be preparing for invasion of the United Kingdom, knowing that? I don't think so. That doesn't mean that if suddenly the Russians attack Europe and make their way all the way to the border, yeah, we should start preparing. Just the same way that Britain did in the Second World War, when there was a very real threat that the Nazis were going to invade the United Kingdom. That was a very, very real threat for a good couple of years. There was a point, though, after the Battle of Britain where people thought, well, that's not the case now. We've pushed them back enough. So we have to be realistic about what it is we're preparing for. Now, if I lived in Poland, my thinking about invasion would be different, because there is a higher likelihood of invasion in some of the Baltic countries and places like Poland and stuff as well from an aggressor like Russia. So that would become part of my more elaborate preps, should we say. I'm not thinking about that too much where I am in Britain. I imagine a lot of people in the United States aren't thinking about that either. They're probably more concerned about civil unrest or civil conflict. To be honest, I think the likeliness of that is incredibly remote as well, just as it is in most of Europe.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and hi, everyone.
Hey,
Hi there.
Good to see you.
I should say hi.
Hey,
And for some people, I was gonna say for some people, well, maybe not right now, but at least earlier in the week, everyone was just thinking about the heat that was out on the northeast side of the continent, pretty much, right? That's the only thing, right? Because it's right at the top of the list because it's happening right now, kind of deal, right?
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, for example, before Halloween rolls around, I'm thinking about wintertime, right? Because that's a high priority because it is an eventuality. Just like in the summertime, for example, maybe it won't be that hot, but there could be a couple days of heat. And, AC's running, blaring, and next thing you know, there's a power outage or rolling out or rolling brownouts. And, hey, these kind of
Right,
things are
yeah.
more likely to happen at times, right?
It's
Because if you
it's
see it,
be prepared for what's likely to happen at the time. Don't prepare for a hot day in winter. Don't prepare for a cold day in summer so much. The
yeah,
adaptability.
exactly.
You know.
And then there's that 80-20 thing or 70-30, whatever kind of thing where you're doing like 20%, but it's 80% of the problem or the answer, I guess, in this case. So also you like things like food and water, right? Some sort of shelter components, cover components if you want to go there, right? The wool blanket, the sleeping bag, right? Maybe keeping your gas tank or whatever above half or whatever, right? Make sure it doesn't run too low, right? Make sure you restock on your propane, gasoline, whatever. Recharge your batteries, right? Because a lot of these events that happen, like your power outage in the winter or in the summer, you're probably don't want some power for lights, for example, right? Regardless, right? Even after a storm, right? If the storm knocks out the power, right? Some sort of hurricane, you'll still need the lights, probably, right? You'll still need the water. You'll still need the food. Those common things that are very common with a lot of these scenarios at times, right? Like an earthquake, what you guys were talking about earlier, like you're still going to need some form of shelter, probably because your residents might not be safe to stay in, right?
Exactly.
So having something, right? Having an emergency plan, right? Regardless if you're bugging out because of a storm or because your home is not safe because of an earthquake or a fire, right? That's a common thing, right? So doing those things, you're doing like you're like 80. It feels like you're 80% of the way there because it's like those common things like food and water can transition to different scenarios or different events quite easily because they're almost universally needed, right? That's why they're needs, right? Food and water, for example, right? Being able to stay cool or warm, depending on how you look at it, right? Stuff like that. If you need medication for some reason, that's going to be a huge requirement. Doesn't matter on the situation. It can be grit down, it can be civil unrest. You'll probably still need it no matter what, right? So, because I know we're generally talking about the aftermath, but
Yeah.
sometimes the best thing is to be thinking before that actually happens, right? Because in the aftermath, you can only do so much. All right.
Yeah.
You can do a lot more starting today or yesterday, right? Right now, before something happens, right? It'll be a lot easier, probably cheaper, and stuff like that. Like, look at 2020, right? People that didn't have, let's say, TP, hand sanitizer, or whatever, right? They're like trying to buy it off, eBay or whatever, not secondhand, but like whatever, right? And there's price gouging, right? That was a big thing, right? That was a big thing. I saw it online. I was just like, what? $25 for a 4-pack of TP? What? Right?
Yeah.
So if you prepared in advance, you could maybe save a little bit of money because you don't have to pay this outrageous price.
The TP thing is a prime example of the hazards of panic buying. The panic buying was the cause of that, okay? Nobody was running out of TP during the pandemic. In fact, people had cupboards full of it for years afterwards because they ran out and panic buyed it. And then they had so much of the stuff they didn't know what to do with it. Panic buying is a real phenomenon, and after every disaster, after every emergency, panic buying will be the number one thing that people will instinctively go to do. And you know,
Yeah.
it has a cascade effect, so that's something to be wary of. And it's the usual things. To be honest, I would never have believed it would have been TP. You know, before I never seen the point of it then, and I still don't understand it now. I think that was purely a symptom of, well, I don't know why he's buying all of this TP, but I should now as well because he's buying so much of it, so I must need it too.
Well, yeah,
And I hear,
on social
and I hear
media.
the shops are selling out of it, so I better hurry up and buy as much of it as I
Yeah,
can.
yeah, yeah.
And then, and
I
then you
think
end
that
up
was
in
some kind of. I think that was some kind of psyops.
yeah, it
when
almost
they-
was a bit of a psyop,
when they
although
when
I
they
think it was
programmed-
probably self-inflicted.
I think they did it to people to have some kind of laugh to say, look, we've got them so scared that they're crapping themselves that they need so much toilet paper now. It's some kind of program where they got people into this hysteria. You know, I mean, this power of suggestion today, like with technology. Have you ever heard of technocracy? Was it technocracy? I think in the 30s, where they wanted to use technology to control everybody. Well, there's some people that say they've got to that point now where they've got the technology where they can use it
Word of mouth.
control the people. You know, you say certain things now on the internet, you could get arrested. It's just gone stupid.
Yeah, I mean the thing about somebody having some sort of overall arching master plan in order to do something, you give the government too much credit. I don't think they're clever enough to be able to do these kind of things most of the time. But
Well, it depends on. I mean, evil schemers have been around for a long time. They're not just like. It's not just. I think I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you do. You trust in the government? I mean, what do you trust in? What I mean, you know, what do you trust in yourself?
it really depends on what level of trust you're talking about. I mean, what I have a diminished trust in since the pandemic is in institutions. My trust for institutions has diminished greatly since then. You know, health institutions, communication institutions, government institutions, etc.
I'm wondering if like the sort of the hypocrisy of it is, on the one hand they say they care about us, but on the other hand they don't really care about us.
Well, the thing about the government is they can't care about you as an individual, because they don't work like that. They have to work on the masses. So if they're doing something like lockdowns, they can always try and I don't believe this, by the way. The lockdowns were a horrendous idea, but they could take the view that yes, this may affect you at an individual level, and maybe even fatally if you're an old person in an old folks' home, but across the whole of the population, it's a good thing, and we have to do what's best for the whole population as opposed to just a small percentage of the population. And so they're making these big judgment calls and things like that, rightfully or wrongfully. I mean, that's an institutional decision that governments have taken. I don't believe that the solution to bad institutions is to tear down the institutions. I think we just need better institutions. We need institutions we can trust. The pandemic destroyed a lot of my trust as well. You know, I don't believe the health institutions anymore have entirely our best interests at heart. I don't believe the food industry or big pharma have our interests at heart, because they're looking at things from profit points of view or control point of view. That's definitely true.
They never have done. It's always been an illusion of choice, illusion of a dream. It's an illusion that you're going to get somewhere. I mean, how many people 50 years ago, 30 years ago, maybe got a mortgage and thought, right, I'll just pay my way, pay my taxes, everything will be nice, my kids can go to school. But now people are scared when their daughters are outside, they might get, in trouble. They're scared that their sons might get into a violent situation. They're scared for themselves, they're scared for their countries, and it's not just happening in one country; it's happening worldwide. And the system's doing a good job of making people scared and slowly bringing in their agenda. But we just got to be aware.
Yeah, it comes back to what I originally said, where you have to take control of the things that you can control.
Yeah.
You know, I can't control what Mark Zuckerberg is going to do with Facebook. Okay, I don't know what he's going to do with my data. I don't know how he's going to manipulate it or what information he's going to feed me, etc., etc. I can just not use it though. I don't have to use Facebook. I can just delete it and never use it again.
That's right. You don't have to get on a bus, but there might be an occasion where you do have to get on a bus. And the way the system's going is that no, they're not going to force you to take a microchip, but they're going to make it impossible for you to buy or sell without one. So you're eventually going to have.
Oh, you need this. You need this.
Forced,
you can't do all the stuff without it.
Yeah, you're going to be forced to have this microchip, and some of us are going to be like, no, this is where your survival skills. This is where it's very difficult. It's okay to say, well, yeah, we're going to prep for this, prep for that, but how do you prep for? You've got your mortgage, you've got your job, and then all of a sudden your job says to you, right, you need to have a microchip. And without it, it's like having a bank account, but and without a bank account, you can't have a job. Without a microchip, you can't buy or sell. So if you can't have it, you can't. You can't
live
anything.
without this.
Yeah, you can't live without this. So
well, we did actually see this. I mean, you don't have to. It doesn't have to be a microchip. People did actually lose their jobs because they refused to take the vax.
As an example, as an example of what's to come, and these people they're very good at putting feelers. They're very good at information collecting, gathering, and it's all about information. And again, we're talking about stuff, information. What can happen? Research. Maybe this area can have earthquakes. Maybe this area can have floods. Maybe this can happen. Maybe that can happen. Maybe I need this knowledge. It's all about information. Maybe I need that knowledge. I mean, this skill. It's all information, and these people deal with information. So, how do we need to sort of, if they've got that kind of system coming, and in order to bring that in, they're going to say, well, look, it's going to stop, terrorism. People are going to be chipped. They're going to have ID. They ain't going to be easily able to travel around. So they're doing all this stuff on purpose. They're letting all this immigration stuff go on, so that it gets really bad, and then they're going to start saying, well, we need electronic tagging now, and everyone's going to say, that's the solution. Yeah, that's the solution, because now they could be really bad criminals. They could be really bad. They I can't say certain words. They might be sort of coming over to our country doing.
I mean, you will have heard in the news recently. You'll be aware that the government's already talked about introducing ID cards in the UK.
Yeah.
Which is something they've talked about before, and it didn't come to anything.
That's right. That's right.
They've actually done it quite sneakily as well by first introducing veteran cards. So former veterans have got they sell it as you have this opportunity to get yourself a veteran card, which will get you like 10% discount on some store somewhere. But that's effectively just an ID card. That's the first people, to have the ID cards.
Well, they're getting the electronic system in place. You like the Oyster card. You can't get on the train without it. You can't go on the tube without it. You need this card. You can't get your money out of the bank without a card. You can't do this without a card. You can't do that. So
the way to deal with it though, as preppers or survivalists, is to work with the system, work around it, so that they have what could they put on an ID card that could affect me that isn't already on my driver's license and my passport? What information could they get about me that I don't already openly talk about on the internet anyway, or have on Facebook? I have the choice to opt out of a lot of this stuff though by simply not engaging with it. Now, they might still know my phone number, my national insurance number, my date of birth, and where I live, my blood type. So, what can they do with that other than sell that information to pharma companies or advertising companies or something like that? But if I'm mitigating myself by insulating myself against, I'm not interested in your advertising because I'm not paying attention to any of the platforms you're putting it on. I'm not interested in your next pharma product because, no, I don't want that next jab that prevents something that you've invented in a lab somewhere. I'm not interested. You have to always have, as long as we have the means to opt out of some of these things or simply not engage with what the further use of these things could have, then that's the only way we can insulate ourselves. None of us are truly free. Let's face it. None of us are genuinely free to do what
well,
we want.
I think that's not true. I think but let's just come back to something just quickly to Shadow. Shadow knows a bit more about the chip because in Sweden it's been introduced to more places. That's right, isn't it, Shadow? The chip, the microchip in people's hands.
I think maybe he's went for a toilet break.
Oh, okay.
It's all that
Or
TV
the-
talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm not aware of the chip thing, to be honest. I've not
Oh, yeah,
I've not
if you
heard
see
that,
in
but I'm aware
Sweden-
of the ID card thing.
yeah, if you sort of just go on YouTube and look at it's Sweden's got a very good Shadow. He's got a very good what do you call it? He's not there, but he's there. Is he there in the picture?
Yeah, well, he's still connected, but he's away from his computer by the looks of it.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, so they basically, people think, wow, look at this, I've got a microchip and I can open my workplace door with a microchip. Yeah, it's out there. It's definitely coming. And, but I'm not going to take no microchip. I never took a vax. And I'm
Well,
not going to take no microchip. So, I'm going to be truly in the wilderness. And coming back to people being free, I'm a believer in Jesus Christ. So I believe, in God. And I don't know what your beliefs are, but I believe I'm free in my mind. Am I following the system to the, where I trust them? I don't trust them. I don't trust the system. I trust God.
I suppose, yeah. I suppose you could say you're free in your mind.
Yes, I'm free in my mind. Yeah.
You're free from that point of view, but
I can be free. All I've got to do is just walk away. All I've got to do is just walk away. I mean, there's nothing stopping me just walking into, the countryside and just
there
doing
is.
my thing every day. Well, the police can only tell me to move on, can't they?
Well,
They
yeah,
can't-
but I mean,
they
that's the
can't say-
problem. I mean, if you just walk into the countryside, the UK, you're walking onto somebody's property.
Not necessarily.
You're trespassing.
If it's a public area.
Well, nowhere's really public. I mean, everywhere is actually owned in the UK. In Scotland, it's actually a little bit different. We have different laws.
Oh yeah,
in
Scotland's
Scotland.
awesome, man. You could just go up in Scotland, man. Yeah, lovely. I love Scotland. I think
Yeah,
Scotland's awesome.
you can freely camp anywhere you like in Scotland, pretty much.
That's what I love. Yes, that's what I
But-
love about and Sweden.
All of the land is still owned, though. This is my point. So,
Yeah,
as much as I could walk into the Highlands of Scotland and pitch my tent and camp there for a week if I want, but I can't build a cabin there. I can't drive a car there. I can't
It's
take
ridiculous,
my
isn't it?
motorbike there.
All these
know,
people, all these few people that control the planet and they control everything.
Well, amazingly, do you know all of the land in Scotland is pretty much, almost all of the land, I think it's in the high 80s or 90%, is owned by, I think, less than 400 people.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
Big estates and things like that. But what I'm getting to, though, what I was originally saying was we don't really have the absolute freedom we believe we have anyway. We can't just wander the world doing what we please like some sort of free nomad that nobody's going to, bother, because there's always going to be somebody there enforcing their laws, their systems. You've got those imaginary borders. You draw lines on a map and call it a border.
Well, that's my front door. The border, it's my front door. I mean, at the end of the day, this is my bit of territory, and
just to play devil's advocate, I mean, you live in London. You say your front door is your bit of territory. I can probably think of half a dozen people that can just force their way into your front door, and there's nothing you can do about it.
You reckon?
Because the gas company, the electrics company, the overall building complex owner, you've got National Grid.
It's really funny
the police,
because the police turned up here once, right? Because they came. Actually, it was a wrong address. They came to my house thinking it was somewhere else, but it was a wrong. But anyway, I opened the door, and they had one of those little red door busting things, and it was laughable because there's no way they're going to get through my door. It's such a strong door.
Battering ram.
You need one of those electronic ones to get through my front door, and even then, it's going to take a while for them to get through. What are they called?
A battering ram. It's the same thing that they used during medieval time. We just have a modern day version of it now. It's still used because it still works.
No, not the one used by hand. There's no way they're going to get through my front door with that.
Well, I mean, now we have an electric version that's hydraulic, right, or whatever.
They'll need the hydraulic.
Yeah,
one.
yeah, that pushes like a couple tons of force, right? Like,
yeah, because I said to the policeman, I said, I laughed when I opened the front door. They said, "Are you such and such?" And I said, "No." I said, "Because my name is," they were after some English guy, and it was a completely different block. And it was like, well, no, my block is Patterdale, and they came to the wrong block anyway, which sometimes police do go to wrong addresses.
Are you fit the description kind of deal?
Well, it wasn't me, but anyway, even the policeman, he said, "Yeah," he said, "I know." He said, "When I got here, I said, he said he realised, he said it himself. He said, I realised this, I weren't going to get in when I saw the type of door you had." So it's a new.
Yeah. Now we're.
It's a fire door. It's a new fire door. I don't know. I'm very blessed to have a very strong door. But anyway, what was we talking about?
The freedoms that we believe we really have here.
Yeah. Well, again, if you just sort of pay them what you got to pay them, they'll leave you alone. So yes, they could come in, but not if I didn't owe them anything. If I didn't owe them anything, they can't come in, can they? But yeah, it may come to a point where, okay, if you don't have a chip, you can't get your salary. If you haven't got a chip, you can't get your maybe if you're retired, you won't be able to get your social security. Maybe if you're, for whatever reason, if you haven't got a chip, you can't get anything. You can't buy or
Yeah,
sell
you
anything.
can't get into the door.
Yeah, you can't get onto
door.
or your printer at work. Sadly, you can't get onto your printer if you ain't got a chip. You ain't got a chip.
Yeah.
The problem with that, not just for what the reasons you're saying, is that it is still electric or electronic in nature. And because it's electronic or electric in nature, things can be hacked or lack of power to use it or transmit.
These people are dangerous. They hack your mind. They hack your brain. It's not just about electronics. It's also about our DNA, also about nanotechnology. It's also about transhumanism, AI. These things learning about us. They're learning about children. They got them working with children and learning all about children. So, these things are super absorbent. They're getting all this information in, and they're messing with our brains as well. If we're not careful, that we
I think AI is a very real danger. Probably for a discussion another time, but I put AI now pretty much at the top of my list. It sometimes hovers. It hovers between nuclear war and artificial intelligence, and they change places sometimes. It used to be pandemic actually, but I'm less concerned about that nowadays. More concerned about AI than I am those kind of things. But yeah, I mean, our freedoms and what you're talking about really is tyranny. Fascist governments and things like this. Taking absolute control. A sort of 1984 type approach to things. And again, the only thing we can do about it is try and fight it off by who we vote for and public opinion, and speak up about it and say why we don't appreciate this kind of stuff. And earlier on, when I was talking about that story about the police who busted down somebody's house because he tweeted something, and they did that.
Oh, welcome back.
They haven't solved a single proper crime in years. But there was pushback. We pushed back against that. That man pushed back. And he won his court case. You know, he got his £20,000 and his 15 minutes of fame, and he was on TV talking about how terrible the police are. And that's because the public revolted against what we just witnessed. Although it happens all of the time. We just have to make sure that we're always on top of these things. So when we see our liberties and our freedoms being eroded from us, like speech is under a massive attack in the UK. I can't say everything I'm allowed to. There's things I can say right now that would get me arrested that if I said in America, it wouldn't get me arrested. You know?
Hey, Chris.
But we have to
see you.
fight for these freedoms. But that doesn't mean tearing down all of the institutions entirely, because we do need institutions.
It'd be funny if there was like 10 million people saying the words that they don't want you to say. Like 10 million, 20 million people go to the House of Parliament or Westminster and just all, you know, surround the area and shout out stuff that they're not allowed to say. And so we're going to say it. No fear. We've got, you see, the problem is fear. And again, this is what they're messing with people's brains. They're messing with, you know, the nervous systems. It's like, you know, they've even got, you know, they must, someone's put there, wow, that must be an amazing door about my door. Yeah, country homestead, high country homestead. It's reinforced and it's got like a steel on the inside. It's got steel around the frame and the door is also reinforced door. So when you close it, it's got the frame and the door tight together. So there's no way they're going to get into it with just one of those little manual battering rams. So yeah, coming back to the fear tactics, you know, if what we need to do is show no fear. This is what they fear. What they fear the most is people. Why do you think they got people like Tommy Robinson in prison and Julian Assange? And come on, Chef, where's Chef? Is he still with us? I'm trying.
No,
to
he dropped out.
He's doing chicken. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah,
so,
he's
yeah,
too
you know,
chicken.
so certain people that do stand up and say stuff, they put them in prison, they shut them up. But you know, good on them. You know, we need more people like that to stand up and say more. I mean, you're from Scotland. You got people like William Wallace. I mean, he paid the highest penalty for standing up. I don't know whether he was a good or bad guy ultimately, but he represented the good, honor, the right, you know, fighting for the downtrodden. And you got Rob Roy, honor. You got, you know, spirit. You got figures throughout history that were there, standing up to the tyranny, standing up. You know, I believe in Jesus. Jesus also paid the ultimate price for standing up to these people. You know.
Yeah. I mean, I think collectively we should definitely stand up for ourselves in these kind of things. I mean, it is a little bit. It's that old saying: one man's, you know, terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. So, yeah, William Wallace may have been a great man to some people, but he was probably a terrorist to other people. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. It's all to do with how you perceive things, how you see things.
Well, I think if you know what is the difference between good and bad, you know, the Bible talks about the land be it prosperous when there's good kings. Now, I'm only saying this just as I'm not trying to ram anything down anybody's throat. I'm just saying this as something that's logical. That if you've got a good king, even the land is happy. If you've got a bad king, even the land is not happy. So I'm just saying on a logical level, if you've got a good gardener who cares about the garden and the community, you know, everybody be happy. If you've got a bad sort of leader and everybody's unhappy, you know, people tend to be unhappy. Now, at the moment, people are unhappy. We haven't got good leadership. You know, people are coming out of one government that's made a mess, and the next government, it's become a habit now. The government is like, oh, we're cleaning up the mess. Look, have you seen the mess from the last government? And they got away with it, and then they're getting away with it, and they keep getting away with it, and they've said to themselves, oh, we've got away with it so many times, we might as well just keep saying it, and we're never going to sort the mess out.
I think sometimes, though, I mean, that's just something politicians tend to say, but was there ever a government where everybody just thought, yeah, it's pretty good? I don't remember any government like that, you know. It's it's like that old. Do you ever watch that episode of The Simpsons where the protesters are outside the White House and it says on the sign, everything's fine?
Yeah,
There was nothing.
joke.
There was nothing. It's never happened. That is my point.
Well,
The
whole
it's a
thing
little
is-
bit of the nostalgia of people saying, back when I was a kid, you could run around the streets without fear of being kidnapped. When was this magical time? Because it wasn't the 70s or the 80s or the 90s or the 2000s or any other time in history, because these things have happened all of the time.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if things are changing in the world to the extent that people genuinely believe, or if it's just we have more access to information now. We have
know what's
24-hour
happened.
news.
I think I figured it out. I think the court jesters, they became government, and we didn't. We just didn't. We haven't figured it out. The court jesters have become the government. The government are the court jesters, and they're laughing at us. The people at the top are saying, "Look at these clowns that are in government," and the people. Look at the people. How ignorant they are. Remember that clown phenomenon we had? When you just get like someone in America coming out of the bushes as a clown in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it's on YouTube. Hey, Johnny, can you see this clown? What? What's the clown doing out here, man? I don't know. It's this new phenomenon, man.
Yeah, and it disappeared, and nobody even remembers when.
Yeah.
I actually got asked on a comment on YouTube once how to prepare for clown attacks. it was a genuine question. What preps would you have for a clown attack? And I think my response was something along the lines of just wait 10 minutes and some other new stupid fad will hit the internet for you to be concerned about.
Yeah, it's crazy. They're playing up. There's definitely a lot of psyops on the brains going on. They're trying to defragment people's minds. What they, get you so into so many things. Like you're on your phone, you're on your laptop, you're on your, you've got so many things sort of, spread around, happening, and you're not sort of doing one thing in particular. And I think this preppers were kind of like trying to figure it out. What is that safe path? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, keep it basic, keep everything simple, take every day as it comes. We've got to eat, we've got to drink, we've got to sleep. You don't worry, don't stress yourself.
No.
Yesterday's gone. Today we're in need. For a bit of food, shelter. Tomorrow can worry about itself. We don't want to get ulcers worrying about what can happen, but it's nice to have some kind of preparation.
I was actually just quickly Googling something there. Something I think it was Norfolk UK prepper mentioned about how back in the 80s you could go out and play in the streets till sort of 9 p.m. without fear of being stabbed or
I'd
something
be out
like
there
that.
until 10. I'd be out in the streets until 10.
Yeah, except crime was much higher in the 80s than it is today. Just a quick Google search tells me that. I suppose
I grew up in a place called White City, where it's a lot of Jamaicans, a lot of West Indians, and it was the poorer people. And I don't know, was I safer because I was in that community and everybody knew me? Because it was even in that time, just before that time, when we used to leave our front doors open. I even remember a time in London you could leave your front door open. And yeah, you're right. Maybe that was the late 80s.
I mean, there are the thing with crime when you're preparing for things like crime and stuff like that. Again, this comes back down to numbers and perceptions. They changed the way they report crimes and the statistics of crime so they can manipulate it a little bit to say it's either went up or down or whatever. I'm just quickly looking at online at the moment as we talk. And in the 1980s, there were an annual victims reported crimes of 11. There was 11 million people annually reporting crimes in the 1980s. From 2023 to 2024, it's 8.3 million a year. So it's a significant drop, and that's mostly in violent crime has dropped. But it does say here, what I'm reading on the internet, most of the crimes in the 80s were things like car crime, theft, and burglary. That's the top crimes. Whereas nowadays, most of the crimes are online scams, and
that's true. That's
other
true.
things like that, you know.
Yeah, in the area where I grew up, they had a lot of stereos stolen from cars, a lot of burglaries.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's all to do with perceptions. I mean, you do. It depends where in the world you live, and even it's hard to even say. Like we're broadly saying the UK. Now you're in London, I'm in Scotland. It's the same country. You know, the UK is one country. You know, technically England and Scotland are two countries as well. But let's face it, the UK is a country, and it's very different for me to walk outside at 9 o'clock than it is for you to walk outside at 9 o'clock. Okay, I live in a relatively small town. If I go walking the streets here at 9 p.m., nothing's going to happen to me. It possibly could, but it's not that likely. You know, I could walk around with £10,000 Rolex if I had that kind of money, because most people around here wouldn't even know what a Rolex looked like. Now, I couldn't do that at 9 p.m. in London. I accept that, because that's a different kind of place with a different dynamic.
I don't agree with that. You can walk around in London 9 o'clock. Depends on where you are. I mean,
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it depends on who you are as well. Obviously, if you're a young lady, you know, putting yourself in a dangerous situation, or if you're someone who's flashing a watch around in a situation in a pub, or you know, in a dodgy area,
you can
But
certainly make
generally,
yourself a target.
mind
You can
you-
make yourself
mind you,
more.
I'm more.
Go on.
It's easy for me to say maybe because I've got a German Shepherd, and I'm a bit more sort of confident about my sort of abilities as well. Maybe it's a bit easy for me to say that. I mean, you got a lot of history in Scotland with people like Jimmy Boyle. A lot of stabbings, a lot of blades, a lot of machete fighting in the street. A lot of people getting the knees done in. You know, changing the subject a little bit there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in the bigger urban areas, you know, Glasgow's a city that's, you know, I think it's the third biggest city in the UK. There's certainly places in Glasgow I wouldn't want to walk around, you know, by myself at night. And that's the same anywhere. I mean, you tell me a country in the world that's got a city that's 100% safe, and I'll tell you that's either not true, or you know, it's because it's a tyrannical country.
I think it's how you put yourself as well. I think if you've got that confident aura, you've got no fear, you know, you know, because that can, you know, there's like people that are, how can I say, they spot that kind of thing and they use it against you, you know, the fear. But if you don't show no fear, I've been in La Boca, Argentina. I've been in villas that are really, really dangerous. I've been in Notting Hill, where they had the Notting Hill riots, Ladbroke Grove. I've been to many dangerous places. I've been Brixton, London was considered very dangerous. I think it's how I've been to dodgy areas in Greece, even in Cyprus. I think it's just how you carry yourself as well.
Yeah, there's definitely something in that as well, I think. What's the crime rate in Sweden like? Is that where you are in Sweden? Is it a particularly safe place? Has it changed over the years?
Well, we had a lot of bombings, hand grenades, gang shootings.
Wow.
Yeah, and there have been bombings in apartment buildings, and they put a bomb on outside the door, and it explodes. And the problem is that was the wrong door, so an elder guy got shrapnel from the door.
Is that gang related, or is that terrorism?
Gang related.
Yeah, Sweden's got in a bad way, man.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Yeah, same as London. you know, as well. There's a lot of gangs here. But you know, again, they go for target. They go for easy targets. I think if you walk with a purpose, and you know, just walk forward.
Well, I mean, the thing with gangs is that there's gang crime in Scotland as
Okay,
well,
so said,
but they tend to
thank
be
you.
fighting with each other. You know, they don't tend to, you know, their targets are usually their rivals when it comes to organized crime.
And this is it in an aftermath of disaster. What to do? You know, as well, there is going to be the criminal elements that, you know, the people that haven't prepared
Yeah,
that are going to want maybe to get, oh, you know, we've heard this person is a prepper. He's got beans around his house. Let's go around his house. Um, you know, have we got security? Is security one of the things we should be thinking about? I'll say to the panel, what do you reckon, CR? What about security in the aftermath of disaster?
I think he's dropped off.
Oh,
Yeah,
It's just the three of us now.
Oh, I just noticed. Yeah. What do you reckon, Alan?
Yeah, definitely. Security is always high on the list. I mean, again, it starts off before you, before the thing happens. I mean, you should, if you know, CCTV and things like that's quite a cheap investment. Ring doorbells, cameras around your house. I've got things like that. I've got a couple of alarms. My shed's alarmed and things like that. And you know, it takes some security measures in place. Home defense is different because that's dependent on what country you come from. In the UK, as you know, we're not properly allowed to defend or prepare for defense in that way. It doesn't mean you can't be entirely defenseless. You know, you can still, you know, make sure you have good doors like you were talking about, install things like that, have barriers in the way, have a means of escape, stuff like that. And then if an emergency takes place, it'll be, and if these things still work, then that's an advantage. Anything that you can, if you can see ahead of yourself without putting yourself in a position by having alarms or cameras or something like that, that's all just an aid, because that's having greater reach. You can protect your property far easier if you're in control of who's coming into a vicinity of it, or you can at least see them. You know, if I can see somebody sneaking around my house, or you know, staking the place out a couple of nights in a row, I can prepare, because I know, okay, this guy shows up at 3 o'clock in the morning for the past couple of nights. This time I'm going to be awake and I'm going to ask him what he's doing. You know. So yeah, I think security should always be high on the. I always kind of imagine, as a prepper or a survivalist, you should imagine yourself as like a little self-contained country. Your household is like a little castle, you know, and you should allocate a percentage of your income to defense, just like a country does, you know. So if that means investing in, say, something like a Ring doorbell, I wouldn't actually recommend those ones. I would get a Real Link doorbell. That's the one I've got because there's no subscription. But buy something like that, and you know, if you have to pay a little bit of a subscription, update them. That's a good investment they have in your own security. If you live in a place like the US, then obviously they have the means to defend themselves with firearms and things like that, and some places in Europe can do that as well. So yeah, that's, I would say, for sure.
yeah, I agree. And the problem here is those gangs recruit teenagers that is around 13 to 15 years old, and they recruit them to be hitmen, basically.
Yeah, they're easy to manipulate and control.
Yeah.
I know that a lot of organised crime that takes place in larger Scottish cities, or even in some of the towns, it's done by very, very young children. And the reason they use very young children is because they are more immune to, you know, crimes. So they'll have like prosecution. They'll have like a 10-year-old go into a store and grab a pile of something and walk out. Because even if he's caught by the police, there isn't really anything they can do about it, because he's under a certain age category. where much can happen to them. And also, it's just an easy way for criminals like that to put other people in harm's way as opposed to themselves. So they'll run drugs and stuff as well. I've heard of young children on bicycles. One of the easiest way of getting drugs from one place to another is to get a child to ride his bike, between these places. The police aren't going to go chasing after a 12-year-old on a bike. So it's an easy way for them to do that.
That's how they used to do it in London. Long time, not a long time ago, but now they're using mopeds. But
yeah, I was going to say it's electric mopeds seem to be the popular thing at the moment.
Yeah, electric mopeds. But back in the
and those electrical, what do you call them? Kick bikes.
Yeah.
They are popular too.
You're always going to have levels of criminality in society. I mean, criminality is something that's plagued civilization for the ages. And I've lived in places that are considered to be high crime rates, but because I grew up in those places, you learn to sort of move between it. If it's nothing to do with you, you kind of know the good areas, the bad areas, the people to avoid, the people not to avoid, that kind of thing. That's the street smarts type thing, I'm sure if I walked around the Bronx randomly in the middle of the night, I'd probably come to some sort of harm. Not because people who live there are bad, but because I'm a glaring easy target for the few people who are bad. And that's the same anyway.
If you walk through confidently, though, if they didn't know, if you tried to blend in as a local, that no one would know. So how would you might say, well, how would you blend in as a local? Well, then you go about being confident. If you walk about hesitantly, sort of like, look like an easy target, you can make yourself a target.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's somewhat dependent. I mean, you can be, if you could strut through the streets of Glasgow in the middle of the night looking extremely confident, and that in itself would probably make you a target. Because I can quite imagine.
I'm not talking about bowling down the road like you're some kind of geezer. I'm just saying, you're just going about your business. So you're going about like you're just like a normal Joe in the area going from point A to point B. You're not there to be flashy.
Yeah.
You're not showing off your latest shoes. You're bling bling.
I think if you didn't stand out, I mean, the grey man type approach.
Yes, you just kind of walk through like like I was in Argentina. No one knew I was British.
Yeah.
They didn't know. When I went to the local store and they didn't know, where I was from. People on the way, people didn't know nothing about me. I just blended in. I didn't go around going, all right, mate, all right, London, England, all right, nudge, wink, wink.
Yeah, I mean, crime, it's just something that you have to adapt to based on your surroundings and your environment. Just the same as the authorities. Last time, actually, I said before, I've got a friend who lives in Sweden. He lives in the southern part of it, and we often meet in Copenhagen. That's where I get, the flight in from, and we meet there, and we have a couple of drinks there beforehand. And we were harassed by the police one time in Copenhagen for absolutely no reason whatsoever. And they literally just picked on two guys walking down the street, and they were going on about some sort of theft of a mobile phone or something, which I think was just a made up story. It was basically just two policemen harassing two people. I think they realized quite quickly we were just tourists, and I was like, we told them why we were there.
You made yourself a target, Alan.
Yeah, but I mean, Copenhagen's not a dangerous place. You wouldn't think so. And it wasn't criminals that targeted me; it was the police. And there are other places in the world where I've been where I've actually thought, wait a minute, it's the authorities here that I'm a little bit more concerned about.
You see, you act so suspicious, even the police are after you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many, I've had a couple of encounters with Spanish police as well, and they can be quite physical, let's put it that way. Because they have, a relatively poor attitude towards tourists in certain places. So you have to know who to avoid in these places as well, I think.
Yeah, it's funny. I've never had sort of bad experiences with police, although I do think a policeman once in Yugoslavia stole my watch. We were driving through Yugoslavia before the war, and we were going to Greece, and I just took my watch off so I can wash my hands and face near a garaged
sort of sink. There was a kind of tap sink, and I sort of bent down, put my watch near the sink, bent down, washed my. I was literally seconds, like, you know, my head was right next to the watch. Really, looked back up and the watch was gone. And I looked a few yards away, and there was a policeman standing there. And I was thinking, did the policeman steal my watch? I was like, hey, my watch is gone. It's gone. My stolen. And he's like, what? What's wrong? I said, my watch. I was like, sort of pointing to my hand. Yeah. Crime.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly common around the world for the police to, you know,
These tea leaves.
yeah, just take not even bribes. They literally just pull you over and ask for money. That's an incredibly common thing.
They've done it to us in Yugoslavia as well. They actually did that. They stopped us. You know, as we were driving through Yugoslavia, and they took money off my stepdad as a bribe. They said,
Yep.
give us money. He wasn't speeding. We didn't break any law. We didn't break any laws. We're just, you know, driving along, going through their country. Very corrupt.
Yeah, I don't know how the police are in Sweden, but I mean, the one thing I will grant the police in the UK is I'm not aware of the police in the UK don't tend to bribe people. You know, that's not a thing. You know, no policeman's going to demand money off you in the UK, or if that did happen, it would be unbelievably rare. Whereas in some countries, that's just commonplace.
Not to say that it hasn't happened.
I'm sure it's happened at some
There's
point.
been the corruption of this country. The police there's a history of very bad.
Yeah, there's different kinds of corruption. The British
in the
police
force.
Well, police forces are organisations that are supposed to be of the people. You know, police are civil servants in that sense. They're supposed to be there to serve the people. An organisation of people put together by a community to enforce laws. That's one step away from a militia. So, I mean, the difference between the police and the militia is the consent part. You know, are you policing me with consent? It's another reason why British police don't carry guns. You know, well, most of them don't anyway, apart from armed police. But it's because they hold the view that once you start carrying a gun in an unarmed country, well, then you're a militia. You're not representative of the people anymore because the people aren't armed. You know, and that's something to be wary of when it comes to how much power certain forces in the world have. I know in the United States that a large part of their belief system around holding firearms and the right to bear arms isn't to protect themselves against criminals or foreign invaders. It's to protect themselves against their own state, as in their own country, because you know their founding fathers always had this idea that you have to be able to protect yourself against the state turning on you, which is, you know, that's something we don't have a privilege of in places like the UK. We've never had the right to bear arms in the UK, and if the government wanted to take over the UK in a hostile sort of way like that, we are a completely disarmed country, really.
Yeah, although there was a time when everybody used to have a bow and arrow.
Because you are.
Yeah, well, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if bow and arrows become illegal in the near future. I know crossbows are in the firing line to probably be removed.
Probably the non-locking 3-inch knife too. Oh, it's too dangerous. What?
Yeah. But again, I mean,
3 inches.
there's a long history of this, especially, you know, in Scotland, we have a history of the government removing weaponry from the people in order to disarm them. That's something that happened in, you know, the Highland Games, where I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, but it's basically men throwing metal balls and big sticks and all this kind of stuff.
Logs.
The purpose behind that was actually just to practice training. So these were actually just weapons, but they got around because there was a ban on Scottish people owning weapons, and so they got around the ban by saying, "Well, these aren't weapons. This is a game. You know, we're competing here. You know, we're practicing throwing this metal ball. It's not, you know," and that's how they got around it. and that's always been the case. It's the lords had control of who could hunt where, so only certain people were allowed to own swords or bows, or even a horse or anything like that. It was very restrictive. Feudal Britain was a very restricted time across the whole of the UK.
Yeah, they're taking the Mickey. They're taking the Mickey Mouse out of us. You know, we've all born into a world, and all the resources belong to all of us, not just these few families. They just basically, you know, it's like monopolized everything into becoming theirs, and you know, we're poor because we haven't evolved yet, and they're stinking rich because they evolved. Yeah, you become an evolved snake. You've become evolved thieves. You've become evolved hoarders. You know, you don't need 15 mansions with 15 bedrooms and 10 toilets. You know, what do people need? But you know, they want to get rid of human beings. They want to cull. They want to say, well, we're culling because they haven't evolved. They're feral. They're dangerous. Like, you know, I mean, they're scared of people. They're scared of people becoming too united and together and getting on with their lives. They're scared of all that, so they have to create all this crazy stuff to distract people and to keep people scared.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely on board with most conspiracy theories. Some conspiracy, I believe conspiracies are a real thing. You definitely have powerful men, usually men, getting together and conspiring to do things to control their own interests. I don't think we really live in a world where there's a group of men in a smoky room dictating how the entire world operates, because I just don't give credit to anybody with the ability to do that. It doesn't matter what deep state you're talking about, you know, nobody has that kind of power because everybody has their own conflicting interests. You know, there's no world order. There's no group of people in a room somewhere controlling the world. I don't believe that.
They're fighting each other because the certain families all want to be the one family, so they're all it's kind of got this diplomacy. Diplomatia in Greek means diplomacy. You know, in English you got diplomacy, but in diplomatia means double faced. So you know, they while there's business, they can do business with each other. It's rather like Tony Blair, you know, the grin on his face and Gaddafi meeting in the desert when Gaddafi was buying tanks and certain armory. It was all lovely, dovely, happy faces, money being exchanged, arms being exchanged. When it suits them, you know, they love you. When it doesn't suit them, they hate you. Yeah, it's a crazy world.
Yeah, but even in that example, I mean, it didn't really serve anybody. It didn't do Gaddafi any good, and it didn't do the UK any good. It didn't do Tony Blair any good, because ultimately, Gaddafi was killed by his own people in an uprising.
That's what I'm saying. It's all crazy. That's what I mean. It's all. What are they up to? You know, but ultimately, it's power. These guys, they all want power. It's always been about power and greed and money. And so people like Epstein, these kind of operations going on just to sort of catch people out, and you know, all these kind of anyway. I don't want to say too much about that. Better put my charger on as well because my phone's batteries. And what's the time? Got to check on the time as well. Yeah, it's a very vast subject. The aftermath of disaster, what to do. Well, you know, maybe make a list of stuff that went well, a list of stuff that didn't go so well. Stay calm.
Yeah, I would say follow the sort of 10-step checklist that I posted earlier on the chat, you know, and you can adapt that any way you like, you know. Sort of ensure your personal safety, check on others, assess your surroundings, stay informed, avoid unnecessary travel, secure your basic needs, communication, gather emergency supplies, document any damage and take an assessment, and then ultimately stay calm and see what you can do to help others around you if you're in a situation where you can do that. Those are the 10 steps that I would take in that order for any emergency, the aftermath of any emergency, no matter what it was, and it would be adapted based on what the emergency was. That's my approach to it.
Let's see. Norfolk, UK Prepper has a question. What would you do after a disaster? Look after your family, etc. Go it alone if you're a loner. That was actually 3 questions.
I think it kind of answers itself, that question, because, you know, if you've got a family, then of course you're going to have to look after them. If you're alone, then you're going to be going alone. I don't really see, I mean, if you decide to go alone but you have a family, then you're a special kind of arsehole. You know, why would somebody do that? But I think you do have to, in the first instance, and this is the case with everything, and I've said this earlier on in the conversation as well, survival always starts with the self. It's the old thing where you're on an aeroplane and they always make a point of saying, make sure you put the oxygen mask on yourself first before you go putting it on your children. And you think, well, surely you would protect them before you. Well, yeah, but if you're unconscious because you've got no oxygen, you know, you're in no position to help them now. And they're not likely to be able to help themselves. So, you know, the logic of that is you help yourself to then be able to help the people immediately around you. With the kind of skills and knowledge I have, I'm in a far better position to do something like make survival-based decisions that will help my family survive better than what my wife would have. That's not to say I prioritize myself over her. It just means that when I think about how I'm preparing to survive or put my preps together, I'm thinking about it like I'm an individual first.
Yeah.
And then I'm extending it out, you know.
Yeah.
There was a moment during when they were talking about potential conflict with the Russians and nuclear strikes, and I was thinking about NBC, nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare. I actually have a kit put together from years ago that I built, a respirator, an NBC suit, full of earth, you know, all sorts of stuff. And then I thought to myself, the problem is I only have one of these things, and there's no point in me having a respirator and an NBC suit and things like that if I don't also have one for my kids and my wife, because, you know, I don't see a purpose for me to be surviving in a situation where I was the only one sitting in the room surviving while they died of, you know, having no air. There would be no point to that. So at that point, you then have to think, okay, now I have to duplicate what I have so it fits their needs as well. And that's what you do. You always duplicate it over and over again. That's why there has to be a restriction on how far you stretch your preps. You know, get a number in your head. How many people are in your household? That's your first priority. Then you can start thinking about neighbors and you can start thinking about other people.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. Well, guys, it's late, so I think I'm going to wrap things up now, guys. I'm tired, actually.
That was another long one.
Yeah, I usually go for 4 hours. I don't want to go longer than that. Because I need my beauty sleeps.
Well, it was great speaking to you again. It's these are incredibly interesting conversations. They tend to spin off a little bit into different directions, but it's all valid.
It's always do. That makes the whole thing more fun.
Yeah.
Nice one, Alan. Thanks for having us on, Shadow.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure. And you, Alan, are always welcome on the panel.
God bless
Much
you, brother.
appreciated.
Nice to speak to you again, Alan. And God bless everyone in the chat that's still there watching, listening. Have a nice evening, everybody. And we'll catch up next week. God bless you, Shadow, Alan.
Yeah,
God
you
bless
too.
you.
Nice speaking to you. Thanks for having me on, Shadow, again.
You're
I'll
very
happily come
welcome.
back again and do it. It was great fun. And thanks everybody in the chat.
All right, good night, all.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure. Take care, guys. Stay safe. God bless. Be part of the solution, not the problem. Strength and honor. And I will see you in the next one.